A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed.
Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Paul Hahn, the sponsor of this program, happens to be visiting the West Coast. So without further ado, we take you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where Jack is preparing to give a dinner party in Mr. Hahn's honor.
Hold your head still, boss. It's hard to cut your hair when you move like that.
Okay, but be careful, Rochester, and hurry. I want this finished before Mr. Hahn gets here.
I'm doing the best I can, boss.
The best you can. You started to give me this haircut 40 minutes ago. You haven't even got the sides done.
Well, when I get to Death Valley on top, I'll go faster.
And you can stop with that, too. I may have one little bald spot up there about the size of a quarter.
I'll raise you a half.
Never mind. Anyway, when you finish cutting my hair, I want you to massage some of that new hair restorer into my scalp, you know?
I'd rather not massage you with that stuff, boss. It backfires.
What do you mean it backfires?
Well, it doesn't do you any good, but I have to shave my fingers twice a day.
Oh, stop making things up.
I'm not making things up. Look, my thumb's got 5 o'clock shadow.
Gee, and I thought that you... Come in. Oh, hello, Mary.
Well, what's going on here?
Rochester's giving me a haircut. I'll be with you in a minute.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, why do you let Rochester cut your hair? You can go to the barber shop and have it cut for $1.
Miss Livingston, you just started and lost your own argument.
Mary, Rochester's doing all right, and help me a little bit in the house. I want everything to be right when my sponsor, Mr. Hahn, gets here.
Jack, I know you're worried about your option, but aren't you going too far?
Huh?
Where in the world did you get mistletoe this time of the year? And look at that picture over the fireplace. It used to be Lady Godiva. Now it's Paul Hahn.
Mary, Mr. Hahn was the one who sent me that in the first place. Ooh! Rochester, be careful with that razor.
Okay. Where's the iodine?
Iodine? Rochester, am I bleeding?
I'll tighten your necktie. That'll stop it.
Just put a Band-Aid on it. And hurry up with this, will you? Do you think... Answer the door, will you, Rochester?
That's the telephone.
All right. Answer it.
Oh, Jack, don't be so nervous.
Hello? Who? Yes, sir. I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Rochester, who was that?
Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Ronald Coleman? What did he want?
He said he'd like to help you impress your sponsor, but he's going out tonight, so he can't park his Cadillac in your driveway.
Say, Jack, if you really want to impress Mr. Hahn, why didn't you invite Ronnie and Benita to your party?
I did, Mary. I called Ronnie on the phone this morning.
Well, what did he say?
He said, oh, never mind.
Oh, well, come on, Jack. What'd Ronnie tell you?
Well, he said, never mind. Anyway, I'll fool him. I'll live to be 100. Say, Mary, how does my haircut look?
Oh, let me see.
What are you laughing at?
Look how Rochester trimmed your sideburns.
What's the matter with him?
You look like Sterling Holloway on one side and Cesar Romero on the other.
Rochester, take that razor and even them up. I want to look... Gee, I hope that isn't Mr. Hahn already. Come in. Oh, hello, Don.
Hello, Jack. How are you, Mary?
Fine, Don.
Sit down, Mr. Wilson.
Thanks.
Oh, by the way, Rochester, we'll have cocktails before dinner.
Martinis or Manhattans?
No, I'd like to have something different. I've got it. We'll have Scotch mist.
Scotch mist?
Yes. You see, you pour Scotch over chipped ice. See, that's a Scotch mist.
Oh, I thought it was when Phil breathes on you.
No, Mary. When Phil breathes on you, it's a bourbon blockbuster. Yeah, I wish I wish Don and the rest of the gang would get here.
Don's already here. You just said hello to him.
Oh, yes. Sit down, Don. Don.
I am sitting down.
Oh, that's right.
My goodness, Jack, you're so nervous today. I wouldn't worry about that option if I were you.
Who's worried?
Well, Jack, I'm sure Mr. Hahn will sign you up.
Don, that's not the reason I invited him over here. Who cares about my job? There are other things besides radio.
With that haircut, you could go into television.
What?
Even Kinescope couldn't louse that up.
Oh, forget my haircut. And Rochester...
Yes, boss?
Don't stand around here. Go out in the kitchen and make a tray of hors d'oeuvres.
Hors d'oeuvres? What do you mean?
Get a ham sandwich and cut it in 40 pieces. and open a can of sardines, too.
Yes, sir. Oh, say, boss.
What?
We're all out of butter. You want me to go down to the store and get some?
Well, maybe... Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello? Yes? Oh, Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn, give me that phone. Hello? Hello, Mr. Hahn. This is Jack Benny. What? What's that?
Oh, take it easy, Jack. He can hear you.
Quiet, Mary. Oh, no, Mr. Hahn. The party is tonight. Well, look. Can't you go to the theater tomorrow night? Or the next night? I mean, the next night? Gee, Mr. Hahn, I've invited the whole cast for dinner. They'll be awfully disappointed.
What about the butter?
Wait, we may not need it. Look, Mr. Hahn, we're all waiting for you, so do come over. You will? Oh, boy, that's swell.
Tell him to come early and get a haircut.
Come early, Mr. Hahn, and get... Mary! Okay, Mr. Hahn, see you soon. Yes, sir, you're always welcome at Benny's By the Wee Bungalow. Well, goodbye. Boy, was I worried for a minute. Answer the door, will you, Mary? That's probably Don.
But, Jack, I'm right here.
Oh, yes. I'll go see who it is. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Where'd you get that haircut?
Rochester gave it to me. Come on in, kid.
Oh, gee, I'm late. You've eaten already.
What?
There's catsup on your face.
Rochester!
Tighten your necktie!
Dennis, come in, will you?
Okay.
Now, look, Dennis, against my better judgment, I invited you tonight. I hope you'll behave yourself because we're having my sponsor for dinner.
You promised us roast beef.
Look, kid, look, the only thing I want you to do when Mr. Hahn gets here is to sing for him. Don't talk, just sing. Now, my option is coming up. I don't want anything to happen.
All right, so if he doesn't pick up your option, you haven't got anything to worry about.
What?
I can use you on my show, kid.
Dennis.
That haircut will get screamed.
Look, Mary, I'm bleeding. Take him away, will you? Dennis, remember what I told you. Don't talk.
Don't talk. You drive a guy nuts.
What?
You're nothing but a jellyfish. If you had a good program, you wouldn't have to worry about your sponsor.
Dennis.
Boy, are you lucky you've got me. If it weren't for my singing, you'd have been out of work a long time ago. And another thing, Excuse me a minute. Hello? What else should I tell him, Mother?
Dennis, hang up that phone and behave yourself.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mary.
Yes, Jack.
I want you to help me as much as you can.
I will.
Thanks. Now, there's one thing I wanted to ask. Oh, yes. Mary, when we go into dinner, should I have Mr. Hahn sit on my right or my left?
Well, that all depends on whether you want him to think you're Sterling Holloway or Caesar Romero.
Mary, I thought you said you were going to...
Listen to me, I'm the barber of Seville. Figaro.
Dennis! Yeah, put down those scissors and get out of that chair. What do you think this is, a barber shop?
That ain't the North Pole in the front yard.
Rochester, just make the hors d'oeuvres and stop with all... Oh, that must be Don.
Don's here.
Oh, yes. Come in.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Lenny.
Hello,
Phil. Hey, I'd have been here earlier, Jackson, but something went wrong with my car, and I had to ride over on the bus.
That's all right, Phil. Mr. Hahn hasn't... Wait a minute. Phil, You came all the way over here on the bus with that in your hand?
With what in mind? Well, how do you like that? I put on a glove that was holding a scotch and soda.
That could only happen to you.
Phil, why didn't you bring Alice with you?
Yes, sir, I told you to bring her along.
Well, Alice wasn't very hungry, so she went to Brown Derby.
Why did you do that?
Well, there she can order a la carte. Here she has to take the whole dinner.
Phil, that's ridiculous. Tonight the dinner's on me.
If his option is picked up.
Mary, my option has nothing to do with it.
Hey, Jack, now still we're going to have dinner. You know I have to go. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Phil, what are you laughing at?
Your hair. It looks like it was cut by two barbers who weren't speaking to each other.
Phil, don't try to be funny. And that reminds me, there's something I want to talk to you about.
Me?
Yes. Now, look, when Mr. Hahn gets here, don't start telling any of those corny gags of yours. Believe me, he won't like them.
Can I tell the one about the old maid that set the bear trap under the bed?
No. Especially not that one. And remember, now, I want everybody to be on their best behavior.
Oh, don't worry, Jack.
Now, look, I don't want you overdoing it either. Act natural. Don't be nervous, just because Mr. Hahn is a sponsor and he's... Yikes! That's him now. Stand at attention, everybody. Sit down. Sit down. Rochester, answer the door, will you?
Yes, sir. Pardon me, does Jack Benny live here?
Yes, sir. Come right in.
Oh, look, it's Mr. Paul Hahn. A 1, a 2. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, and he's our sponsor too. And he's our sponsor too. Janet! He's our sponsor. Come right in, Mr. Hahn. Come right in.
Thank you. That was quite a reception you gave me.
Yes. Your coat, Mr. Hahn? Your coat. May I help you with your coat? Whoops, I should have waited till you unbuttoned it. Mr. Hahn, you know everybody.
Of course. Glad to see you all.
Glad to see you, Hahn.
Well, we might as well go in the living room. This way, Mr. Hahn.
Thank you. Hey, this is a lovely home you have here, Jack.
Well, I'm glad you like it. It's nearly paid for, too. About another year ought to do it. Yep. Yes, sir. Now, before we have dinner, Mr. Hahn, perhaps you'd like some punch.
Don't mind if I do.
Give me your cup. I'll dip some up for you. Whoops. Dropped your cup in the punch bowl. That's silly of me. Now what'll I do?
Anybody got a rubber glove?
Mary. Mr. Hahn, Mary always has to be the comedian. She never lets up.
Yes, she's a very clever girl. Incidentally, Miss Livingston, I want to tell you how much my wife and I enjoy you on the program.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hahn.
You not only have a lovely singing voice, but where did you learn to yodel like that?
Yodel?
Mr. Hahn, you're thinking of Judy Canova.
Oh, yes. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Livingston.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Hahn. Forget it. Anyone can make a mistake, I always say. Huh, Mary? Huh?
Oh, shut up.
Yes, sir.
Well, I see you have my picture right over the fireplace.
Yes, sir. It's been up there for months. It's a wonderful picture of Mr. Hahn, isn't it, kid?
I liked him better when he was sitting on the white horse.
Dennis.
Side saddle yet.
Dennis, I told you, don't talk. Just sing.
Hey, Paul, you better lap up some of this punch.
Paul.
Thanks, Phil. This time I'll get it myself.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's called Mission Punch. Once swallowed, you fly back to Capistrano. Oh, Harris, thank goodness for daylight saving time. Now people can see you 1 hour longer.
Mr. Hahn, I must apologize for Phil. He's very corny.
Oh, on the contrary. I think Phil has a great sense of humor.
Oh, he has. And he's so sophisticated. Mr. Hahn, sometimes Phil has me in stitches,
Yeah, me too.
Hey, Paul, did you hear one about the old maid that put a bear trap under her bed? Caught a bear.
that's a pip. I was hoping you'd tell that one. You know, Mr. Hahn, he's a riot.
He certainly is.
Say, Jack.
What?
If the boss likes that kind of stuff, you got nothing to worry about.
Quiet, Mary. You know, Mr. Hahn. Dennis, stop standing on your head. Nobody's looking at you.
Okay, you want me to try out something now?
Yeah, try anything. I don't know where I am.
If you're Irish, to the parlor, there's a welcome there for you. If your name is Timothy or Pat, so long as you come from Ireland, there's a welcome on the mat. If you come from the mountains of Mourne or Killarney's lake so blue, we'll sing you a song and we'll make a fuss. Whoever you are one of us. If you're Irish, this is the place for you. Well, here comes my Swedish friend, Ole Svensson from McNamara's band. If you're Swedish, come into the parlor. Just come in and scold it us. If your name is hollering aboard, just pull up a chair and we'll prepare a little smorgasbord. If you come from the village of Malmo, or Stockholm stands so tall, we'll roll out the barrel and when we're done, say, Bayum Penimini, we'll have fun. You're Svenska, you're welcome one and all. Now I say, here comes a British friend of mine from Chelsea on the Thames. Oh, he's got a lovely bunch of coconuts. How if you're British, come into the parlor and we'll have a bit of chow. How if your name is there to Abigail, and if you're a blimey, then we'll split a pint of ale. If you've ever walked through meadows of Devon or the fog of London too, if you've ever ridden an omnibus, we'll bloomin' well know that you're one of us. If you're British, Jackie, how do you do? If you're Spanish, come into the parlor. If you're French, you're welcome too. If you're Danish, Italian or Greek, a welcoming smile will make up for the languages we don't speak. If you're a lassie who comes from the hills of old Scotland, or the hills of Timbuktu, the door will be open to everyone, whoever you are, wherever you're from, you liberty-loving son of a gun.
What are you waiting for?
Come into the parlor, this is the place for you.
You know, Mr. Hahn, one thing about this gang, there's no jealousy or friction here. We've been one happy little family under the same sponsor for 7 years. 6 years. I was thinking of next year. Yes, sir.
Jack's right, Mr. Hahn. We do have a good time together, and we really enjoy our work.
Well, you always sound like it, too. And now that you're on the subject, Jack, I'd like to tell you how good your shows have been this year.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Mr. Hahn. Of course, they could have been much funnier.
Then why weren't they?
Mary, say something.
Ole, ole, hee-hoo.
Mary, look, Mr. Hahn, what I really mean...
Hey, kid, he's stuck for an answer. 1, 2.
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, and he's our sponsor too.
And he's our sponsor too.
Stop that. Sir, there's a lot this time, folks, so don't run.
Oh, boy. Mary, you go with Mr. Hahn. Come on, everybody. Dinner is served. Now, Mr. Hahn, will you have another shrimp cocktail? Olive, celery, pickle?
No, thank you, Jack. I think I'll just wait for the next course.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Hahn, I've been thinking, it's so silly of you to stay at a hotel while you're in town. I have an extra room, and you could just as well stay at my house. Isn't that right, kid?
Why not? He could put it on his expense account.
Well, I wouldn't think of charging Mr. Hahn. After all, he's my boss, and I hope he will be for a long time. Yes, sir.
I've got a lovely bunch of olives. Some are green and some are black and blue.
Dennis, what are you doing?
You told me to sing.
Look, kid, I meant that...
Okay, everybody, here's the soup. Oh, boy, soup.
Wait a minute, Rochester. Serve Mr. Hahn first. As a matter of fact, since I'm the host, I'll serve him myself. Rochester, I'll take the soup tureen. You put the other things on the table.
But, boss.
Don't argue. Give me the soup tureen.
Okay, here.
Ow! It's hot! Whoop! Oh, my goodness.
Jack, you spilled the soup on Mr. Hahn.
We're poor little sheep who have lost our job.
Dennis, shut up. Forgive me, Mr. Hahn. I'm terribly sorry I spilled the soup on you.
Oh, that's all right. This suit's ruined anyway. While I was walking over here, I tore a hole in the knee when I slipped on some rose petals.
Oh. Well, come on, everybody. Loosen your belts. There's plenty of food on the table. Here, Mr. Hahn, have some have some potatoes. Here you are.
Thanks. You know, Jack, it's amazing how much you look like Eddie Cantor.
Eddie Cantor?
Jackson, loosen your tie. Your eyes are popping out.
Oh, yes. There, that's better.
No, it isn't. You're bleeding again.
Mary, stop mixing me up, will you?
Why aren't you jittery today, Jack? I've never seen you act this way before.
Well, I haven't been feeling very well, and...
Look, Paul, I'll give you the whole thing in a nutshell. Jackson's worried about...
Bill, I'll handle it. You just mind your own business.
Jack, may I have a word with you?
Uh-huh.
I know that a home's not the proper place to talk business, but,
Oh, that's all right. That's all right, Mr. Hahn. It's quite all right to discuss it in my home. Go ahead.
Well, I've something on my mind, and I think a man should know where he stands.
Sam?
Now, mind you, this is not a rash decision. We've had several meetings concerning your radio programs in the past season.
Look, I can make them funnier, Mr. Hahn. Really. Honestly, I can. Now, look, Mr. Hahn, look, you, how can you do this to me? I'm not as young as I used to be. You know, I'm 39. Look, Mr. Hahn, think it over, please. Please, Mr. Hahn, please, think it over.
Jack, there's nothing to think over. We're picking up your option.
You're picking up my... Wait a minute, Mr. Hahn. How do you know I'm available?
But Jack...
We'll talk about it tomorrow. And in the agency, not in my home. Come on, kids, let's eat. We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Be sure to hear Dennis Day and A Day in the Life of Dennis Day.
The Jack Benny Program. Starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, our little star is traveling throughout the country on a personal appearance tour. Tonight, he's in Cleveland, Ohio. So let us take you to the Civic Auditorium to Jack's dressing room.
Rochester.
Just a minute, boss. I'm putting a star on your dressing room door.
Oh, good.
Yes, sir. When people look at this door, they'll not only know that you're the star of the show, but that you also come from California.
They will?
Yeah, I made the star out of an orange field.
Well, being silly, making a star out of an orange peel. Come on in here.
Just a minute. Wait till I like the smudge part.
Never mind. I'll come in here and straighten out my clothes.
Yes, sir.
By the way, did you clean the suit I wore in the last show?
You mean the one with the rose in the lapel?
That's not a rose. While I was playing my violin, some smart aleck hit me with a tomato. You know, Rochester, talking about tomatoes and oranges has made me hungry for some fruit.
Well, let's wait and see what the next show brings.
Yeah, it's silly to buy it when people are so generous, isn't it? Now, Rochester, straighten up my dressing room table so that I can... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
My name is Kearns. I'm a reporter on one of the local papers.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Kearns?
How do you do? Say, Mr. Benny, I just got an idea that would make a very interesting story for my paper. Your cast has been with you for such a long time. I'm sure my readers would like to know how you first met each one of them.
Well, let's start with Mary. She joined me on the radio about 3 months after I got started. I was in Los Angeles at the time, almost 18 years ago. I happened to step into the May Company. As a matter of fact, I bought this shirt I'm wearing. They give guarantees, you know. Anyway, it was in the latter part of 1932. I had purchased my shirt. I gave the man $1 and was waiting for my change. I don't know why they always have to go upstairs to get the change. Oh, well. Just a gigolo everywhere I go. People know the part I'm playing. Gee, that's a catchy new tune. Down, da, 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 down, down. Hey, look at that beautiful girl behind the hosiery counter. What a chicken. I think she's looking at me, too. After I get my change, I'll go over and try to date her up.
Say, Mary. Mary, what is it, Tallulah? Look at that guy over there. He's staring at you. Where? Right over there at the shirt counter. Say, he looks kind of prosperous, don't he? How can you tell? With those bell-bottom pants, he might be barefoot. Look at him. He's winking at us. Yeah. And get a load of that straw hat he's wearing with the bright red ribbon on it. And look what it says on it, the Waukegan Kid. Hey, Tallulah, he's tipping his hat at us. Yeah, he's got the string in his pocket. Oh, wait a minute. He's coming over here. Do you want me to take him, Mary? No, I can handle him.
Just a gigolo everywhere I go. People know the part I'm playing.
Look, he's walking like Theda Barrett. Yeah.
Just a gigolo everywhere. Hello, kiddo. Where have you been all my life?
Avoiding it.
Hey, you're sharp. I like tomatoes with a little spice. Say, baby, what's your name?
Mary.
Mary what? Quite contrary?
Oh, brother, is this guy corny?
What was that?
Look, my name is Mary Livingston. I was born in Plainfield, New Jersey. I know I should be in pictures, but I'm happy here at the May Company. And they think I'm a very good sales girl. Now, what do you want?
Wait a minute. Take it easy. You got me wrong, baby. Don't you know who I am?
No, thrill me.
Well, take a grip on the counter, baby, because I'm going to enlighten you. I happen to be Jack Benny.
Well, what do you know? Hey, Tallulah, he's Jack Benny. Who's Jack Benny? I don't know. Ask him.
Oh, you're kidding. You know who I am. You ought to go out with me. I've been on the radio 3 months.
So what? My lamp's been on the radio 3 years, and I won't go out with that either.
Well, say, you're pretty fast on the trigger. What are you doing working here in the department store? You know, you should be on the radio.
What did I tell you, Tallulah? I knew it was coming.
What?
My mother told me there'd be men like you, but I thought they'd be much younger.
Hey, you're terrific. Listen, baby, you got everything it takes. Good looks, a nice speaking voice, and what a personality.
I'll bet you tell that to all the girls.
No, I don't. Now, listen, Mary, you ought to be on the radio with me. I'll get you places. You'll be a big star.
Say, you're not kidding, are you?
Of course not. Look, why don't you meet me tonight for dinner, and we'll talk things over. And that, Mr. Kearns, is how I found Miss Livingston.
That's a very interesting story, Mr. Benny.
Thank you.
Don Wilson's been with you for a long time, too, hasn't he?
Yes, I don't know what I'd do without Donzie. But, you know, there was 1 year when I really got mad at him. It happened in 1946. It was the opening of that season. Well, Don, here we are at the start of another season.
That's right, Jack. How does it feel to get back in the groove?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm a little excited. I've got a nervous stomach.
Know just how you feel, Jack. I got a nervous stomach, too.
Well, you're just about 30 inches more nervous than I am. But you'll be all right. Say, Don, have you got everything all set for your part of the program? You know, just the way you want it?
I sure have, Jack. I took the liberty of hiring a quartet to work with me during the commercial.
A quartet? Well, that sounds novel.
Jack, I thought it was so novel that I put them on a contract for 8 weeks. And it'll only cost you $500 a week. That isn't too much, is it?
Why, no. I mean, no. Don, that quartet must be sensational for that kind of money.
Oh, they are, Jack. Now, this will start a new style in radio. Talking commercials with a big vocal background. You'll be crazy about it.
I know, but $500. Well, if it's as good as you say, it might be worth it. Can I hear him now?
Why, certainly, Jack. Say, fellas, come on up to the microphone.
Nice-looking boys. Okay, Don, let's hear this musical commercial.
Okay. Ready, boys?
Look, for this, I'm paying $500?
Yes.
Don, Moby Dick. Get them out of here.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
And that, Mr. Kearns... And that, Mr. Kearns, was why I got so mad at Don Wilson. But I really shouldn't have, because today the Sportsman Quartet is really quite successful.
Oh, then you like the quartet now?
Yes. You see, when they sing, it's so soothing because it drowns out Phil Harris's orchestra.
I know what you mean. And now that you mentioned Phil, Mr. Benny, how did you ever find him, anyway?
Phil Harris? Well, it was about 14 years ago. One evening, Mary and I were taking a walk down Figueroa Street. Say, Mary, we've walked quite a ways. Say, before we catch the bus back home again, would you like to step into this nightclub and relax a little?
What nightclub?
This place right here. They got a band and everything. And look at that poster on the wall. Phil Harris and the sweetest music this side of the Hyperion Outfall.
I never heard of him. And what a nightclub. This is an awful joint. I don't want to go here.
Well, look, Mary, I'm looking for an orchestra leader for my program. Maybe this guy will be the one. Come on, let's go.
But, Jack, it's way down those stairs.
What's the difference? Let's go down anyway. And watch your step, will you? Let's rest. If I go down any farther, I'll get the bends.
I think we hit bottom, Jack. Here's the door.
Oh, yes. Well, that guy Harris, hey, he knows all the new tunes.
Yeah, but how can people dance on that bare ground?
Well, they probably sprinkle it with water to make it slippery, you know. helps keep the dust down, too. Let's find a table.
Well, maybe that man will get us one.
Oh, yes. Pardon me, are you the waiter?
Well, what do you think I am with this napkin over my arm? A new father?
I'm sorry, but you're dressed too nice to be working in a joint like this.
Oh, you mean these striped pants and this Prince Albert coat?
Yeah.
Well, you see, I wear these clothes on my other job.
Other job?
Yes, I'm an undertaker's assistant.
Oh.
It was my idea to put the candles on the table. And now, would you like to have me find a table and lay you out? I mean, seat you?
Yes, please. Come on, Mary.
Here you are. Now, what would you like to eat?
Nothing, thank you. We just came in to hear the band.
Well, you might as well order something. There's a 35-cent minimum.
35 cents? Well, I'll have a chicken sandwich and a combination salad.
And I'll have a steak sandwich and French fried potatoes.
Anything to drink?
No.
You might as well. You've got 15 cents to go.
Well, bring us coffee. Imagine that waiter, an undertaker's assistant.
Jack, look. The show's about to start.
Good. I'm anxious to hear this guy, Phil Harris.
Hiya, folks, and welcome to our little club. This is your orchestra leader and master of ceremonies, the one and only Phil Harris. Are you glad to see me? Well, we've got a nice crowd here tonight.
Mary, he has a swell personality.
We'll see.
And speaking of crowd, folks, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the club today. A guy walked up to me and said, "Hey, Harris, where'd you get the black eye?" So I told him it was a birthmark. And he said, "A birthmark?" And I said, "Yeah, I got the wrong birth." No, lady, don't explain it to him. If you don't get it, just let him suffer. Let him lay there.
Hey, Mary, did you get it?
I got it all over me.
He's good.
Hey, here's another one, folks. This'll embalm you.
Embalm you.
Did somebody call for me?
Quiet. He's going to tell another joke.
Hey, get this, folks.
Sing, you bum!
There's been a request that I sing. That I wrote myself. It's entitled, "That's What I Like About the South." Won't you come with me to Alabama? Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and broiling hammy. That's what I like about the South. Well, folks, that concludes our first show. But don't go away. We have another complete new show in 5 minutes.
Say, Mary, this guy is terrific. He'd be great on the radio. He's got something new, something different.
Oh, you say that every time you see a man with hair.
Look, I don't care what you think. I'm going to get him over here. Hey, waiter.
Yes?
Will you please bring the orchestra leader over to my table?
I'm sorry. He doesn't come with the 35-cent dinner.
Never mind the wisecracks. Bring him over here.
All right.
I don't know, Mary, but this guy Harris really has a great personality.
Cigarettes, Cupid dolls, gardenias, and razor blades.
Imagine razor blades. Oh, miss, give me a package of cigarettes, please.
Yes, sir. What kind?
Lucky Strikes.
Jack, do you smoke Lucky Strikes?
Certainly, Mary. They're wonderful. And who can tell? I may be working for them someday. Oh, by the way, miss, what's that you've got on your tray there, tied up in a pink ribbon?
That's a lock of Mr. Harris's hair, 20 cents.
Oh, well, I don't want it.
You better take it. This is the last one left, and we don't shear him again till the first of the month.
No, thanks just the same.
Here are your lucky.
Thank you. Say, Mary, she's kind of cute.
Oh, you fall.
Wait a minute. Here comes Phil Harris.
Hey, I understand one of you cookies want to see me.
Why, yes, sit down. This is Miss Livingston.
Hiya, Faye.
My name is Jack Benny.
Look, Bud, I ain't got much time. What do you want to see me about?
Well, I wanted to talk to you about a job.
Job?
Yes.
Can you wait on tables?
I don't mean that. I've got a job. Look, you see, I have a radio program, and I'd like you and your band to be on my show, Mr. Harris.
Just call me Curly.
Oh.
Till the first of the month.
Oh, yes, your cigarette girl told me, yes. Now, Mr. Harris, radio is a different type of work. You read music, of course.
Huh?
I mean, music, notes, arrangements. What's that on your music racks?
Termites. The joint's lousy with it. Oh, Harris, how can you be so bright when it's so dark down here?
This guy's got a terrific sense of humor. He'd probably be able to write my jokes for me.
I'll settle if he could just write.
Now, look, Harris, I want you on my program. So if you'll meet me Sunday morning at the studio, we'll talk it over.
Okay, I'll be there. Hey, Max, sprinkle the floor again. The customers want to dance.
And that, Mr. Kearns, is how I met Phil Harris.
Well, that's quite a story. Mr. Benny, just how did you discover Dennis Day?
Dennis Day? Well, to tell you the truth, Mary discovered him.
Really?
Yes, it was about 10 years ago. I was looking for a singer for my program. And one day, Mary came rushing into my house.
Jack.
Right here, Mary. What is it?
Have you found a new singer yet?
No.
Well, I found one. His name is Dennis Day. Look, here's a picture of him.
Say, if the kid can sing, he's just what I want. Look at that face. Those bright, intelligent eyes.
I knew you'd like it. So I called his house and told him to come right over so you could meet him.
Well, Mary, when he gets here, let me do all of...
Ooh, maybe that's him now. I'll answer the door.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
That's Mr. Benny over there.
Say, kid.
Yes, please?
Say, you're really polite, aren't you?
Oh, yes. My mother told me never to be fresh to old folks.
Now, kid, how would you like to be on the radio?
Oh, I'd like that very much. In fact, I'd like to get any kind of a job. Then I wouldn't have to let my father cut my hair.
Your father cut your hair?
Yeah. Yesterday, while he was giving me a trim, he cut one of my ears off.
Cut one of your ears off? Wait a minute, kid. You've got two ears.
Now, yes.
Look, Mary, You'll never do
Jack,
this. You'll never do this, fella.
Jack.
It won't be good, I'm telling you. You won't be able to stand him, I know.
Jack, you can just use him to sing. He doesn't have to say anything.
I guess so. Well, kid, how would you like to work on my program?
Well, I'll have to ask my mother first.
Your mother?
She's right outside. I'll go call her. Oh, Mother! Mother! Don't mind her greasy overalls. She just came from work.
Oh.
Mother, this is Mr. Benny.
How do you do?
How do you do? Now, Mrs. Dave... she had to put her pipe wrench on my piano.
What are you mumbling about?
Mrs. Day, I'd like to have your son on my radio program.
Oh, Mr. Benny, you don't know what this means to us. Just a few minutes ago, my son was nothing, and now he's the star of your show.
Star?
He'll have lines to read, songs to sing. He'll have his own dressing room, and he'll be treated with the utmost respect.
Yeah, utmost.
Now, look, Mrs. Day, I want your boy to be on my program, but I just want him to sing a song.
Are you trying to hold him down? My boy has talent. He'll sing 2 songs.
Mrs. Day, put down that wrench. Not on the piano.
Don't shout at me.
Nobody shout. And you got a lot of nerve invading the privacy of a man's house. After all, this is a private home.
What's private about it? You've got a lemonade stand on the lawn, a jukebox in the living room, a payphone in the hall, and a row of Bendix washing machines on the back porch.
business like show business.
Now, look, Mrs. Day, if you want your boy to be on my program, just be at my lawyer's office tomorrow morning.
Gee, he's suing us already.
I'm not suing you. And go. See, I'm afraid, Mary, really.
That was quite a story, Mr. Benny. And I understand that through the years, Dennis has learned to love you like a father.
Yes, but his mother still hates me.
By the way, Mr. Benny, while you're off the air for the summer, who's going to replace you?
Well, I'm glad you asked me that. We have a wonderful show for the summer. Now, my time every Sunday will be filled by Guy Lombardo and his orchestra. And it's really a very, very fine show.
Oh, yes, he's great.
Say, boss, you'll be on in a few minutes.
Oh, thanks, Rochester. Well, I got to be running along now, Mr. Kearns. Goodbye.
Bye, Mr. Benny. Say, Rochester, you've been with Mr. Benny for a long time, haven't you?
Oh, yes, about 12 years.
12 years? Say, that is a long time.
Yes, sir.
Well, Rochester, I suppose your salary's increased considerably since you first started.
Well, Mr. Benny gave me raises for the first 4 years, and then it suddenly stopped.
Why? What happened?
He adopted me.
Yes. Say, Rochester, what's that lying on the dressing table?
Uh-oh, Mr. Benny forgot it. Oh, boss!
Yes, Rochester?
You forgot it again.
Oh, well, I got to get right on the stage. Throw it to me.
Well, what do you know? He caught it right on his head.
Goodbye, Rochester.
So good night, folks. The
Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Tackerberry, Al Gordon, Al Goldman, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks.
Good health to all from Rexall. It's the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, presented by the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from all 10,000 of us. The 10,000 independent druggists who have added the word Rexall to our own store names and placed the famous orange and blue Rexall sign on our windows. We've done that because we believe in the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company, and we confidently recommend them to our customers. There's Rexall's Milk of Magnesia, for example. The milk of magnesia that's so mild, so creamy smooth, and free from unpleasant earthy taste, even children can taste the difference. Quality like that of Rexall Milk of Magnesia is what we family druggists are talking about when we tell you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Like a lot of men, Phil hates to answer correspondence. Alice is constantly after him to take care of his mail, and today she's finally forced him to sit down and read some of his accumulated letters.
Phil, you ought to be ashamed the way you neglect your mail. Some of these letters have been here for years, not even opened.
Don't exaggerate. I open my mail as soon as I get it.
You do, huh? Here's one from Washington marked official business.
Let me see that. Greetings. You are hereby ordered to report to your induction center.
My Aunt
answered this one. I was in the Navy in 1943.
This one's from 1917.
Oh, that must be for Dad. All these letters aren't for me. Here's one for you.
What does it say?
Well, let me see. Oh, it's from the Bank of America, and it says, Dear Miss Faye, we appreciate your daily deposits, but please stop already. You're overcrowding our vault. Honey, I'm a busy man. Do I have to go through all this stuff?
Oh, you won't have to today. I put in an ad in this morning's paper for a secretary for you.
Well, I don't need a... Secretary? Yeah, I could use one of them cute little gals to kind of...
Hold it, Wonga. That's not what you're getting. I advertised for a man secretary.
A man secretary? Pull yourself together, Hilda. You're making noises like a wife now. What's the matter with you? Don't you trust me?
Oh, of course I do. If you insist on a woman secretary, it's okay with me. I'll get you a sweet, charming, middle-aged spinster.
That ain't gonna do it. Look, I want a young girl, my own age.
A young girl your age? Let's face it, Curly, there ain't no such animal. Besides, I've practically hired a man already. And Mr. Sweeney called this morning. He sounded very efficient. I told him to come over for an interview.
But, honey, a girl can be just as efficient. If you think I'm going to take an old man when I get...
Curly.
Oh, hello, Frankie. Hey, good morning. I'm glad you're here. Look, you can settle an argument for me. Now, if you were hiring a secretary and you had a choice between an efficient old man or a pretty young girl, which would you choose?
Well, that's not a choice. That's just a stupid question.
Now, you see, Alice, Frankie agrees with me.
Of course. Guy would be a fool to choose a pretty young girl when he can get an efficient old man. Business efficiency is the prime requisite in the administration of the customary protocol.
Well, if I'd have known you were coming, I'd have baked the dictionary.
What's all the secretary talk about? Who needs one?
Well, Alice feels that I need one because I can't answer my mail.
Why hire a secretary? Just go to night school and learn how to write.
I know how to write.
Write me something.
All right. Now, look, Alice, let me tell you something, young lady. I happen to be the boss of this house, and I decided that I don't want a male secretary. I'm hiring a girl, and that's final. I'm putting my foot down.
Well, I'm glad you're putting it down. You look awfully silly standing there on one foot. Quiet, please. Excuse me, I have an errand to do. I have to go next door and borrow a cup of axle grease. I'll see you later.
Alice, you're not telling me what I'm... Cup of axle grease. Guess she ran out of Crisco. Alice, come back here.
Yes?
What kind of an exit line was that?
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I guess I've been standing out in the rain too long.
What rain?
The rain from the song of the same name.
Oh, you little trickster, you.
Let us cuddle in the rain, pitter patters on the pane, and we're alone. A chance to while away a dreamy afternoon, a lovely peaceful afternoon. No one can see us. Rain, it's so cozy in the rain. There's no reason to complain if he's with you. You hold his hand, and then extend to one kiss in the rain, rain, rain. Let us cuddle in the rain. wants to while away a dreamy afternoon, a lovely peaceful afternoon. No one can see us.
Because the ember rain, there's no reason to complain. He's with you.
To hold his hand and then 10 to 1 you kiss him in the rain.
Excuse me while I go next door. And don't forget, Phil, you're not having a girl secretary. You're having a man.
Yes, dear. Yes, dear.
Assert yourself. If you don't want a male secretary, don't hire one.
You're right, Remley. I won't hire a man. Uh-oh. That's probably the guy now. Let's give it to him. Let's get rid of him.
Oh, how do you do? My name is Robert Q. Sweeney. I'm here for the job.
What job?
Oh, the one you told me about on the phone, Mrs. Harris.
Oh, this boy's off to a great start. I got news for you, kid. I'm Mr. Harris.
Oh, I'm sorry. With these new short haircuts women have, it's hard to tell. I get kind of confused.
I can understand that.
A very embarrassing thing happened to me a few months back. I went with a girl for 2 weeks, and it wasn't until I kissed her that I found out it was her father.
That must have been very disappointing.
Yeah. What I thought was hot lips turned out to be a cheap cigar.
Righto.
All right, Remley, you can drop the net now. So long, Sweeney. Don't forget to say hello to the governor.
Keep in touch with us, Sweeney. If you ever manage to get an arm loose, drop us a line.
Well, wait a minute. Mrs. Harris said she wanted to interview me about the job, and I'm not going to budge until I talk to her.
Hey, Curly, we better interview this guy and get him out of here fast before Alice sees him.
Yeah. She'll probably think he's cute. Sweeney, on second thought, we'll interview you. After all, you'll be working for our firm.
What firm?
What firm? Harrison Remley Incorporated, the world's largest manufacturers of fireproof mustache cups. And stainless steel codfish balls.
Fireproof mustache cups? I never heard of anything like that.
Stainless steel codfish balls you heard of, huh?
You'll love our new line, ball-bearing flapjacks. By the way, Mr. Remley, how are our flapjacks doing lately?
Great. They're selling like hotcakes.
That's a pretty lousy joke. You fellas don't mind. I'd rather talk to Mrs. Harris.
Phil, did that man show up for the job
Oh,
yet?
Remley, quick. Shove him in that clothes closet. Shove him in there till I get rid of Alice.
Yeah, okay. If you want to talk to Mrs. Harris, Mr. Sweeney, just step in this other room for a minute. Right this way. Attaboy.
Man, we got him in that closet just in time.
Phil, I thought I heard a strange voice out here. Did that man show up for the job yet?
You don't see him, do you?
Well, when he does show up, tell him to wait for me. I'm going next door to borrow a glass of paint thinner. I'll be right back.
Okay, honey, I'll catch you when he... Glass of paint thinner? First it was axle grease, and now it's paint thinner. Remley, what do you suppose she has in mind?
I don't know. But I ain't going to stay for dinner.
Look, do me a favor, will you? Now, while she's gone, let's get Sweeney out of that clothes closet and get rid of him. Will you help? Hey, Sweeney! Sweeney, you can come on out now.
That's a nice room in there. Doesn't get much sun, but it's cozy. Mr. Harris, I hope you don't think I'm a pig, but while I was waiting in there, I practically finished that whole box of mentholated bonbons.
Mentholated bon... Remley's been eating the mothballs. What do we do? Let him finish them. We'll get him a job breathing on overcoats. There's a scarcity of men with mothballs. All right. I'm all up with you now. That's fine. How are we going to get rid of this guy? Frighten him. How? Sing at him. That ought to scare the mothballs out of him. Give me that old-time religion, that old-time religion. Give me that old-time religion. It's good enough for me. It was good for Paul and Silas. Good for Paul and Silas. It was good for Paul and Silas, and it's good enough for me. Show me that place by the river, that place by the river. Show me that place by the river on Jordan's sunny shore.
What said Daniel from the lions? Said Daniel from the lions. What helped Daniel with the lions? Deacon starting telling me.
Well, it was that old-time religion, that old-time religion. Yes, that old-time religion, and it's good enough for me.
It helped Daniel with the lions. It helped to set him free.
Well, if it's good enough for Danny, then it's good enough for me. So give me that old-time religion, give me that old-time religion, give me that old-time religion. It's good enough for me. I'll be listening for Gabriel, listening for Gabriel. I'll be listening for Gabriel to blow on Judgment Day.
What helped David with Goliath? Helped David with Goliath. What helped David slay Goliath? What was it set him free?
Well, that old-time religion, old-time religion. Yes, that old-time religion. It's good enough for me.
It helped David with Goliath. It helped to set him free.
And if it's good enough for Davy, then it's good enough for me. Give me that old-time religion, old-time religion, old-time religion. It's good enough for me.
Now what rescued Brother Jonah? What rescued Brother Jonah? What was it saved old Jonah from the belly of the whale?
That old-time religion, old-time religion. Yes, that old-time religion. It's never known to fail.
It saved Jonah from the whale. Yes, it helped to set him free.
And if it's good enough for Joni, then it's good enough for me. So give me that old-time religion, old-time religion, old-time religion. It's good enough for me. Well, if that old-time religion, old-time religion, old-time religion. It's good enough for me. I want that old-time religion, old-time religion. Give me that old-time religion. It's good enough for me.
Hey, Curly. He's still here. I guess he didn't hear you.
Oh, yes, I picked him up on my hearing aid. You came through splendidly, Mr. Harris.
Yes, Mr. Harris has a high hooper on the sonotone.
Now, look, Sweeney, I don't want to... Oh, no, there's the bell. That's probably some other guy answering the ad. Frankie, I'll sneak Sweeney out the back and you answer the front door. Hurry up.
Yeah, hurry.
Come on, Sweeney. We're going bye-bye.
Oh, good. Can we go to the pony ride?
Yeah! Now, remember, Remley, if anybody comes after that job, get rid of him, because I don't want no secretary.
Yeah, okay, Curly. I'll brush him off fast. I'm coming. I'm sorry, but we can't use you. We don't need no secretary.
Not even me?
Well, you can throw away my guitar, Mother. I found something better to hold on my lap. What can I do for you, honey?
Well, I'm here in answer to the ad Mrs. Harris had in the paper for a secretary.
Mrs. Harris wants a man.
Who doesn't?
You intrigue me, miss. Come on in.
Thank you. I know the ad called for a man, but, well, I thought I might get the job because I'm a very competent secretary.
Any fool can see that. Now then. is your name, dear?
Clyde.
Clyde?
Oh, that's my last name. My first name is Myrtle.
Do you have any references?
Oh, I'm afraid not. All I have is a few pictures of me in a bathing suit. Here you are.
Well, honey, that won't do any good. I can't tell from these if you... What lovely references.
Do you think I'll qualify for the job?
I'm sure you will. But let's not be hasty. Being a cautious businessman, I'll have to give you the secretary aptitude test.
What's that?
When I blow this whistle, you start running around that desk.
What's the test?
I run around after you, and if you get winded before I do, you get the job. Ready, Mark? Get set.
Oh, no, you're being silly. If you were to chase me around that desk, I wouldn't run away.
You wouldn't? What would you do?
Well, you see this hat pin?
Yeah?
Well, I'm not wearing a hat, and I'd have to put it someplace.
You're fighting me.
Do I get the job?
Of course you do, my dear. I'm sure things will work.
I got rid of Sweeney.
Good. Now come on in and meet your new secretary.
Frankie, I told you I don't want no secretary.
But I'll be such a big help to you.
I don't care. I don't need your help. Boing. Hey, Remley, what's all this?
This is the secretary Alice advertised for.
I don't think this is what Alice had in mind.
Oh, but she's a good secretary.
I don't care. Get Luella lap warmer out of here.
Now, Curly, you're not being fair. Just because this girl happens to be pretty doesn't mean she isn't capable. You should see this kid's references.
Please, gentlemen, don't fight over me. If you don't want me, I'll leave. I don't know where I'll go or what I'll do, but I guess nobody cares.
Now, miss, please don't do that. This kid cries pretty good. Let me have just a little more of that, honey. He's living it up now, ain't he? That goes for you. You don't have to cry, kid. Now, please stop bawling because I've got news for you. You can have the job.
I can't. Oh, you're a darling.
That's all right.
You're the nicest old man I've ever met.
What do you mean, old man? I'm just a youth. In fact, it was only last week that Mother bought me my first pair of long pants. Do you like them?
Very much. They cover your varicose veins.
You're so nice to give me the job, and well, I'd like to show my appreciation. May I kiss your cheek?
Would it make you happy, my dear?
I just have to show my appreciation. There.
Hey, I bring the groceries and... What have we here?
Now, wait a minute, Julia.
Ain't this a touching little scene that I can make a quick buck on if I shout to the right gossip column?
Now, Julius, I tell you, there's nothing wrong with this.
I can see the headline now. What pretty young thing was found in the arms of what broken down band leader who's a legend of
Now, what are you talking about? I ain't done nothing.
Nothing, he says. I saw the whole thing with my own prejudiced little eyes. This sweet young thing came to your door selling Girl Scout cookies. Whereupon you took her in your arms and forced your burning kisses on her unwilling lips.
What cooking? All I did was hire as my secretary, and she was so grateful that she gave me a little kiss on the cheek.
I like my version better. Got more reader impact, more social significance, and a higher retail value.
Oh, Julius, the whole thing is innocent. What are you trying to do, kid? Start trouble?
Yeah.
Well, it won't work. Alice ain't going to believe no stories you tell her. She has implicit trust in me, and justly so, because in our 8 years of marriage, I can safely say that we have been married 8 years.
I don't want to cause trouble. Perhaps I'd better leave.
Stay where you are, my pet. I won't hesitate to introduce you to Mrs. Harris, because my little woman ain't got a jealous bone in her body. And I assure you that...
Did Mrs. Sweeney arrive yet in answer to her? Well, who is this?
Oh, this? Oh, darling, I want you to meet Julius Abruzio. He's the new grocery boy. Mr. Abruzio, this is my wife, Mrs. Harris. She's been with me for some time now.
I know who he is. Who is that?
That? Oh, that's Frankie Remley.
Bill Harris, who is this?
I'm running out of people.
I think she's got you cornered, Curly.
Not yet. Darling, I want you to meet my new secretary, Mr. Sweeney.
This guy never gives up.
How do you do, Mrs. Harris? But my name isn't Sweeney. It's Clyde.
That's right, honey. You see, it was Clyde. I thought maybe, honey, that a girl secretary would be better. The least we can do is to give the girl a chance.
Well, I'm fair-minded. If you want the job, Miss Clyde, you can have it.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Harris. When do I start, and what are my duties?
Oh, it's a very easy job. The hours are from 8 in the morning until 12 midnight, 7 days a week. You get 20 minutes for lunch once a week. You also get every other Christmas off, and if there's any overtime work to be done, you'll have to do it on your own time. Any questions?
How about money?
Oh, no, thanks. You'll be doing enough for us already.
Your little woman don't have a jealous bone in her body, eh, Curly? Her bones are very unjealous. They just happen to be covered with jealous fat.
Alice, you're not being fair to this little girl.
No, she's a very efficient secretary. Frankie says she has wonderful references. Go ahead, Miss Clyde. Show my wife your references.
That ain't going to help, Curly.
I guess I'm not wanted around here, so I'll leave. Thank you, and goodbye.
Clydie, dear, don't go. Don't leave me just when we're beginning to know each other.
I'm sorry, but I'm going.
Well, at least leave me something to remember you by. A little trinket, a lock of your hair. Or better yet, have your references blown up and send me 3 copies.
She's gone. Poor kid's feelings were hurt.
Certainly. Alice, you were horrid. The poor child's on the verge of tears. She needed this job, and that must be her again. She probably hasn't got car fare home, and I'm going to give it to her. Here's $1, honey. Take a cab home.
I'll need $2.50, dear. I live in Glendale.
What are you doing back here, Sweeney?
Well, I left my cap in that other room.
Oh, are you the Mrs. Sweeney I spoke to on the phone?
Oh, you must be Mrs. Harris. I hope you'll give me that job. I'm a very good secretary. I've had 4 years of college, 2 years of business school, and I've held several very important jobs.
You're just what we're looking for, Mr. Sweeney. You're hired.
Alice, just, please, we can't hire him. He's a nut. He eats mothballs, and for 3 months he was engaged to his girlfriend's father.
Bill, stop making things up. Mr. Sweeney, report for work tomorrow morning.
Oh, you won't regret hiring me, Mrs. Harris. I'm a peachy typist, and I'm alert and keen and always on my toes. Goodbye.
See you tomorrow, Mr. Sweeney. Oh, Oh, by the way, I almost forgot something very important. How is your shorthand?
Oh, it's growing nicely, thank you.
See you bright and early. Good night.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Right now, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Last week, a customer said to me,
I wish I knew some way to be sure I'm getting enough vitamins. Some way that's easy. Yes, and inexpensive, too.
Why, ma'am, millions of people know how to do that. They take Plenamins, Rexall's popular multivitamin capsules. Plenamins cost only a few pennies a day, and yet they give you more than your daily minimum requirement of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established. Plus, valuable liver concentrate and iron. And that's not me talking, ma'am. That's an ironclad guarantee from Rexall scientists.
But just how are they able to guarantee that?
Because they measure the vitamin content of Plenamins with scientific accuracy. Take vitamin C, for example. A Plenamins capsule is dissolved in solution, and then a bluish dye is added in minute quantities and very, very slowly. The dye combines with the vitamin C in the capsule and loses its color. Now, this is continued until the dye begins to overcome the vitamin C and slightly color the solution. Thus, the amount of dye the solution has absorbed becomes an accurate measurement of the amount of vitamin C in the capsule.
No wonder you family druggists sound so confident when you tell us...
You can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall. Well, it's more than a slogan. It's a fact.
Good health to all from Rexall.
We're a little late, so good night, everyone, and thanks.
Next, Sam Spade, then Doug Fairbanks on Theater Guild on NBC.
See what I mean? Rinso White, that's what I mean. Rinso gets clothes, Rinso White.
Say, Andy, where has you been for the last couple of days?
Oh, Amos, I tell you, the Kingfish and me has been up to our ears in work. We have just incorporated our new business.
Our new business?
That's right, son. Today is the grand opening of our employment agency. Oh, I'm telling you.
The makers of Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guests for tonight, Jack Benny and Rochester. If you're ever in Montclair, New Jersey, and you hear a policeman's whistle that goes like this, it'll most likely belong to Officer William Howell. You've probably seen his picture in a Rinso ad. You see, Mrs. Howell whistles while she washes with Rinso, and Officer Howell has gotten used to hearing the Rinso whistle around the house. As he puts it...
Well, you'll have to ask a missus if you want all the dope. All I know about Rinso is that it sure gets my shirts white.
Sure, that's because Rinso gets out more dirt. Try it yourself, ladies. And now, here are Amos and Andy and their guests, Jack Benny and Rochester. The best way to avoid having to take a job is to make sure that someone else gets it. And evidently, Andrew H. Brown and George Kingfish Stevens subscribe to this theory, because they have recently opened an employment agency. As we find them now, they're talking over the prospects of their latest enterprise.
Well, then, there you is. The papers is all drawn up for a new corporation. Now, the only thing left is to find a name for a business. And I think I already got that. Stevens and Company Employment Agency.
Now, hold on a minute, Kingfish, hold on. What is that Stevens and Company? I thought we were supposed to be 50-50 partners in this.
Yeah, well, I tell you, Andy, since the employment agency business was your idea, I figures to make you the most important partner. That's why I make you the company.
Company, huh? Did that make me the most important?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, but wait a minute, though. If I is only called company, how is people going to know which company I is?
Mm-hmm.
For example, How will they know I ain't the company at the end of Sears Roebuck Ann?
Why, Ann, they can't miss. That's all. Ain't you a big white-collar executive who... Say, wait a minute. Ain't that Amos in his taxi cab driving up and just stopped in front there?
Yeah, that's Amos, all right. Yeah, and here he come with some fancy-dressed fella I never did see before. Hello there, Amos. Hello.
Well, hiya there, fellas. Glad I found you, and I want to introduce you to a fella who just come to town. Brother Stevens and Brother Brown shake hands with Mr. Rochester. Glad to know you, gentlemen. Glad to know you. Fellas, I was just driving Mr. Rochester down to his boss's hotel, and I dropped by in here because he thinks maybe he'd like to join the lodge.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wants to join the lodge, huh? Yeah, well, Mr. Rochester, this is just the right time for joining, because the initiation fees has just been reduced for one day only to $3. You has got $3, Virginia.
Well, to tell the truth, what I got happens to be just a little short of $3.
How short?
$3. Well, you see, fellas, Rochester tells me the man he's working for is a little stingy. Oh, little stingy? Why, my boss is the only man I know who laundries his pipe cleaners.
If you ain't happy with your boss, you were certainly looking at the right men to get you a better paying job. What kind of work do you do?
I'm called a valet. I do the laundry, the cleaning, the cooking. I mow the lawn, wash the dishes, drive the car, shine the shoes, press the clothes, and other various miscellaneous sundries.
You do all that and they still call you a valet?
Yeah, any resemblance between my title and the work I got to do is purely coincidental and backbreaking. And all that work for $10 a week, if he picks up my next option.
Well, now, tell you what, you fill out this application blank here. Now, suppose we could get you a job with less work and more pay. Would you be interested?
There's no question about that, Brother Stevens. I'm so tired of having a job where the pay rattles that if you can get me one where the pay rustles, I'm your man.
I tell you, Rochester, I just won't stand for it anymore. Showing up 5 hours late. Always going to Harlem to shoot dice wearing my clothes. By the time I get them back, I'm standing up straight, but my pants are kneeling. Is that the way to act? Well, answer me. Well, go on. Oh, you can't. No wonder you have no answer. But I've got one. I'm firing you. And don't think I wouldn't just because you've been with me 8 years. That doesn't mean a... All right. Those tears aren't going to help you. This time you've gone too far. You're fired, I tell you. Fired. Good thing Rochester isn't here. He might have quit. But wait a minute. Why do I put up with Rochester? Why don't I really fire him? I'll do it. I'm going out and find an employment agency right now.
Well, here we is, Rochester. Thank you, Amos, for driving me all the way downtown to my boss's hotel. I say, Rochester, the doorman's coming over here. He must be looking for you. Yeah. You looking for me, doorman?
Yes, and your boss is looking for you. He's been looking for you for the last 5 hours.
Uh-oh. Where's my boss now?
I just saw him in the lobby.
Oh, that's all right, then. I'll go in through the side door and pick up his suit I left to be pressed. Say, Rochester, I thought you said that you pressed all of your boss's suits yourself. I do when he wears them, but when I wear them, I want them done right. Well, goodbye, Amos. I'm I'll talk to you tomorrow. Yeah, so long, Rochester.
Hey, buddy, you don't have to pull out. You can pick up a fare right here at the hotel taxi stand.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Doman. Thanks very much. Thank you, sir.
Oh, taxi! Taxi!
Taxi right here, sir. Where to, sir?
Say, do you happen to know of a good employment agency up in Harlem?
Yeah, sir. A couple of friends of mine runs one.
Hey, that's great. How much will you charge to drive me just a few little blocks like that?
Well, it ain't exactly a few little blocks from 48th Street up to 135th Street, mister. But the charges is just what it say on the meter there.
Oh, well, all right. But isn't it the same price for one passenger as it is for a cab full?
Oh, yes, sir. 1 of 5 make no difference in the rate, no, sir.
Well, in that case, listen, driver.
Yeah.
Or the best you can.
Yeah, sir. Anybody need a cab going to Harlem? Anybody going to 110th Street? This cab goes right by 96th Street, 72nd Street.
59th Street? Too bad it isn't raining.
Tells you, Henry, this employment agency is going to be the best venture we done ever ventured into.
Yeah, we ought to do big things with this new client, Rochester.
Oh, yeah, there's no question about that. Say, wait a minute. Look like somebody coming in here, Henry.
Excuse me, is this Stevens and Company?
Yeah, sir. Come right in. You was talking to Stevens.
And Company. Put our card in your pocket, mister.
Yes, I suppose you was in the market to engage some help.
Well, yes, I'm looking for a valet.
A valet? Well, if there's one thing this office has got, mister, it's a valet.
Yeah, that's the one thing, all right.
Well, that's very nice. How much does this man get?
Well, the man we has got in mind gets $12.50.
12.5? Isn't that a little over ceiling?
Well, of course, you understand that is the full valeting price. That even includes buttoning up your vest for you.
Well, you see, fellas, I'm very warm-blooded. I never wear a vest.
Yeah, I don't, huh?
Never wear a vest. Well, that cuts down the work, all right. Guess it ought to cut down the price, too, huh, Kingfish?
Oh, yeah, with only the coat and pants, we can cut the price to 12 flat.
Well, to tell the truth, boys, I'm more than just warm-blooded. In fact, I'm inclined to be just a teensy bit hot-blooded. So half the year, I don't even wear a coat.
Well, with only the pants up on, I guess we can settle for $11.50.
Yeah, there's one good thing, Kingfish. He can't get any more hot-blooded than the coat and vest.
I guess he got to stop there already.
Then it's settled. When can this man of yours start?
Yeah, well, we ain't exactly sure. But if you just write your name and phone number down on this application card here, why, we'll get in touch with you.
Yeah. There you are. And I'll be expecting to hear from you.
Oh, yes, sir, mister. Yes, sir. We was getting right on the ball.
Well, so long, boys. Don't let me down.
Oh, no, sir. Hey, Andy. Where's that card Rochester filled out? We has got to phone him and tell him that we got him a brand new job with a boss that's just the opposite of the chiseler that he been working for.
Well, I wonder what will happen when Andy and the Kingfish discover that they have sold Jack Benny his own valet, Rochester. We'll find out in a moment. But right now, since we've heard what Officer Howell, our friend from the Rinso ad, had to say on the subject of Rinso white shirts, I think we ought to hear the other half of the story, Mrs. Howell's version. She writes,
My husband can stop traffic with his whistle, but the wash I hang on my line stops traffic, too, because it's Rinso white. And it isn't only that Rinso gets my clothes so white, it's that it saves me so much time. With 3 children to look after and a house to take care of, using Rinso is like having a helper at every turn. And Rinso is so easy on my clothes. Those suds get my clothes clean as can be, but they're so easy on fabrics and safe for my washable colors. You bet I wouldn't use anything else.
Now, I guess you're not surprised that Mrs. Howell's favorite song goes like this.
Rinse off white, happy little wash day song. Rinse off white, birdies sing it all day long. Your clothes are so white and color so bright, you sing as you work along. Rinse off white, happy little wash day song.
And now back to Amos and Andy and their guests, Jack Benny and Rochester. Well, Andy and the Kingfish have certainly messed things up through their new employment agency. They've gotten Rochester to resign his job as Jack Benny's valet to take a brand new job as Jack Benny's valet. Of course, the boys don't realize the situation they've created, and we find them now elated over their great success.
Oh, I'm telling you, Andy, this employment agency is great. The very first day we open, we get a high-priced valet a brand new job.
Yeah, at the rate we're going to need another filing cabinet for all the names of our new clients.
Yeah. Say, by the way, son, don't you think we ought to see if the filing system that we got is functioning?
Functioning? How are we going to do that, Kingfish?
Yeah, well, you is in charge of the employees.
Yeah.
And I takes care of the employers.
That's right.
So you take that employee's card that Rochester filled out, and I'll take that card we got from the man who's given him the job.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see how the information fits together.
Oh, yeah. Well, say here that he worked for Mr. Benny.
Then I looks at the card I got and finds out the name of the man he is going to work for from now on.
Well, what do it say on that card, Kingfish?
It say that, look like we must have got these cards mixed up here. Must have got the employee card in the employer file there. Here, let's switch cards.
Okay.
You give me your card, and you take the one I got.
Yeah, that ought to fix it. Now, what do I look for?
Well, now, let's get a brand new attack on this whole problem here. Now, this time, you tells me the name of Rochester's new boss. You tell me that.
Yeah, well, from what it say on this card, Rochester's new boss is a man by the name of Benny. On the card you got, Kingfish, who is the last man that he worked for?
According to this card, the name of the man is, let's switch cards again.
What's the matter now? What's the matter?
Well, I ain't sure, but it must be the duplicate filing system we got here. Now, there's only one thing to do. Now, let's turn the cards down on the desk here. Turn them down face down.
Okay.
Now, clear your mind a minute now. Yeah. And let's start over.
Okay, I was ready here, Kingfish. But somehow I got a feeling about this.
So was I. A sneaking feeling. Benny ain't just no ordinary name, neither, you know.
No, I knows I done seen it somewhere before.
In two places, that's the trouble. Oh, well, there ain't no use postponing this, Andy. Now, look here. Just turn up one little piece of the corner of the card and look again. Now, take it easy and sneak up on it.
I sneak him. Kingfish.
Yeah.
I see it again.
Brother Andy, I was kind of haste to admit this, but I was afraid that without realizing it, we has just committed industrial bigamy.
Yeah, and since they made that a legal offense, we better get right over and see our lawyer, Gabby Gibson.
And now that we done told you the facts, Gabby, what we wants to know is we really in trouble or is we just in trouble?
Boy, you're in a mess. You're really in a mess. What you done is manslaughter. Yes, indeed, it's manslaughter.
Manslaughter? Oh, me. How you figure that, Gabby?
Well, you messed up the job of this man. When he find out, he's going to slaughter you. That's manslaughter if I ever had it.
Look, Gabby, you as attorney at law, now, can't you kind of peek around the corners of the law and see if you can't discover a couple of loopholes?
No, sir, don't think I can. Really don't think I can. No, sir.
Not even a little one that I could crawl through alone?
Now, wait a minute. Never mind the Kingfish. Find a size 42 loophole so I can squeeze through, too.
There's only one way out of this, You got to convince Mr. Bennett this man he hired is essential and is frozen in his old job and therefore is not available.
Now, wait a minute there now. What does this essential mean?
What's this Rochester do? What's his job?
He's a valet.
A valet, huh? Sorry, boys, sorry. Valet ain't essential. Ain't essential, though, indeed.
Now, hold on there, Gabby. Do you know what a valet do?
Of course I do. Valet dresses people, put your clothes on.
Yeah, and that ain't essential?
Yeah, you just try going out in the street without your clothes on, you'll find out.
Well, boys, I see what you mean. I really see what you mean. But I doubt if the law covers that. I doubt it covers that.
Yeah, well, exactly what do the law cover? Because if you can tell us about it, I got an idea that we can use it to sort of convince Mr. Bennett.
Now, I understand what you say, boys, but how is it the man was available this morning and he's frozen this afternoon? Answer me that.
Yeah, well, you see, Miss Bennett, well, you know about Congress, don't you?
Congress?
Yeah, you know, they is down in Washington.
Oh. Then they haven't moved.
Moved? Kingfish, was they supposed to move?
Oh, no. They was lucky enough to get a lease renewed on their old place, yeah.
Now, listen, boys, this is all very interesting, but what has Congress got to do with my new valet not being available?
Well, Miss Benny, you know Congress. A couple of years ago, they made up a board down there to take care of jobs. It's called the NAOB.
Oh, the NAOB?
No.
I don't think I've ever heard of that particular board.
Oh, yeah, no, well, don't make no difference, because just this morning, the NAOB decided to smack the public with a new ruling.
Yeah, that's right. We got it right here. We done copied it out of the book.
That's pretty fast. The ruling is made in Washington this morning, and you copied out of a book here in New York this afternoon. How come?
Priorities.
And is there any way I can arrange to read this ruling?
Oh, yes, sir. Here you is, Miss Benny. Got it copied here, identical, verbatim, word for word, and besides that, we didn't change a thing. Yeah.
Let me see here. A guaranteed copy of ruling number 0001. Quote, whereas and wherewithal, we is sitting on this bureau, with not much to do, we is unanimously decided to inaugurate a new ruling on valeting.
Now comes the ruling part.
Naturally. Paragraph 1. This law, we is resolving, is meant for all employers looking to employ, hire, or engage valets, especially and to wit, employers whose last name just happen to begin with the letter B. Small world.
Well, that's only because they does everything in Washington alphabetical, Mr. B.
Well, I'm glad it's at least impersonal, not just aimed at me.
Oh, sure. Well, go ahead. Finish reading the thing.
Yes, I'd love to. Last and final paragraph. Any person who thinks this law is unconstitutional and wants to check up with the government, this person, hereafter referred to as the stool pigeon, has got to ask permission through this bureau, and the answer is no.
Yeah, them boys down there sure know how to plug up the loopholes already.
Yeah, I'm glad there's not much more here. Witness my hand and seal, signed... Hey, wait a minute. Whose signature is that at the bottom of this legal booby trap?
Oh, him. Why, he is the most important man in Washington. He signed all them big things. John Hancock.
Look, boys, forgetting everything else, what this boils down to is you can't produce the ballot you promised me, and I've already fired my old one. Now, what are you going to do about it?
Oh, don't worry about that. That's part of our business. If you just tell us the name of this man that used to work for you, why, we goes out and does our best to get him back for you.
Well, all right. But if you don't have him working for me by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you two are going to be in plenty of trouble. Or my name isn't Jack B.
Go on, Kingfish. Read Rochester's last part of the ruling. That's the most important part.
Elucidate, gentlemen, elucidate.
Yeah. Well, this is what it say here, Miss Rochester. Quote, and this law is meant for all valets, especially and to wit all valets whose name just happen to begin with the letter R.
Yeah. So you see, Rochester, according to this new law, we just can't put you in the new job. But we is willing to humiliate ourselves in front of your old boss and get your job back for you.
You mean to say I gotta go back to work for Mr. Benny?
Well, I guess you do.
Well, Poverty, move over. Your wanted boy is home again.
Yeah, now, just put our card in your pocket here, Rochester, and as soon as this ruling thing blow over, we can get you a job that pays folding money.
It can't be too soon for me. I've been dreaming of a green Christmas.
Rochester. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss. I'm faced with a financial uncertain Christmas. A Christmas line I've always
Rochester, will you please stop that squawking? Do all those things I told you to. Because if you don't, as soon as a certain ruling is changed, I've got a card in my wallet of an employment agency that can get me a high-class ballot. Just like that.
And I'm just waiting for another ruling to take a card of an employment agency out of my pocket that will trump your card.
Brother Andy, don't sit there like you was dying.
Oh, Kingfish, we done certainly messed up this employment agency business.
Yeah, now, wait a minute there. No use getting downhearted so soon. Don't give up, Andy. Andy, you was a big executive with a white-collar job.
Yeah, you're right. I is a big executive. And I'm going to keep that in my mind all the time, too. Big executives like me never give up.
See there, Andy? Maybe that's another client. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Come in. Well, Shorty the barber.
Hi, Kingfish. Hello, Andy.
Well, Shorty, hello. How's business at the barber shop?
Oh, it ain't so good. I've been losing money. I might go into bankrupt. I just about busted, bro. I can't complain.
Yeah, well, that's fine, Shorty. Long as business is so good with you, maybe us executives can hire you some extra help.
Yeah, well, that's what I come in for. You see, I need a shoe shine boy.
Oh, yeah, well, here, I'll get an application blank right here. Now, Shorty, how much do you pay the shoe shine boy?
Oh, it's the best paying job in the world. He can save a lot of. He'll get rich quick. He can make more than not enough to live on.
No, yeah, I see.
Yeah, but on top of the $10 I pay, the shoe shine boy, he might make another $10 in tips.
$10 in tips, huh?
Mm.
Shorty, I is glad that you come to big white-collar executives like us. We has got just demand for you.
We is?
Yeah. So long, Kingfish. I'm taking that job myself.
Amos and Andy will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, let me say that I'd be the last guy in the world to exaggerate. For instance, I wouldn't dream of telling you that when you use Rinso on your dishpan, your dishes march off the supper table, wash themselves, rinse themselves, and stack themselves neatly in the cupboard. But Soapy Rich Rinso will make dishwashing a lot easier than it is with bar soaps. You don't waste time trying to get suds. No, sir. Those Rich Rinso suds soak grease and crusted food particles loose in a jiffy. A swish of your dish mop, and everything is shiny bright and clean as a whistle. And Rinso's easy on your hands. Doesn't get them rough and red. So tomorrow, get Rinso for dishes, for all the soap and water jobs around the house, and for a Monday wash that's Rinso White. And now, let's hear what Amos and Andy are talking about.
In other words, Andy, Rochester's going back to work for Mr. Benny, huh?
Yeah, too bad, too. I sure feel sorry for him.
Yeah, that must be a tough job, all right, working for Mr. Benny.
Rochester claims it's the only private home in America that's got a swing shift.
sure to be with us again next Friday evening at this same time when the makers of Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Our thanks to Jack Benny and Rochester for being with us tonight. They have appeared through the courtesy of the American Tobacco Company, makers of Lucky Strike cigarettes. This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night to you for all of us.
Why is Lifebuoy America's favorite bath soap? I'll tell you 2 big reasons. Lifebuoy in your daily bath gives all-over protection from BO. Yes, from head to toe, it stops BO. And Lifebuoy gives protection that lasts and lasts. So play safe. Make sure Lifebuoy's in your soap dish. It's the only soap especially made to stop
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day. Jack Smith, I got a smile in my voice tonight. Someone waits for me. Welcoming you to Philco Radio Time, produced and transcribed in Hollywood with John Scott Trotter, his orchestra and chorus, Skip Henderson, Peggy Lee, and Bing's guests, Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. And here is the slipcover that walks like a man, Bing Crosby. A slipcover, eh, Ken? That's something you throw over the saggy sheet, isn't it? Well, the first number will be a pretty little calypso ditty titled I Do Like You. Sounds like it was written by Joe Frisco with a repeater pencil. I don't like men, women I don't like too. Do I like anyone? I don't, but I do like you. I don't like milk, spinach I don't like too. I don't like anything that's good for me, but I do like you. Am I mad? No, just my attitude is always been very unconventional. Do I care? No, if you think I am strange, it is intentional. I don't like men, women I don't like too. I think that I don't even like myself, maybe silly, but he's true. Baby, you're the one exception. I do like you. You don't like me. You don't like you. Do you like anyone? I don't, but I do like you. Like you. Spinach I don't like to. Don't like you. It's good for me, but I do like you. Are you mad? No, just my attitude has always been very unconventional. No, if you think I am strange, it isn't intentional. I don't like men. You don't like men. Women I don't like to. the one exception. I do like you. I do like you. I can think of another exception. People do like the Philco 1201.
Not so fast, Cop. We're getting complaints about you in the 1201.
Well, what have I done, Bing?
Haven't you been saying that a 5-year-old kid can play the 1201?
Sure, because it's the easiest way to play records ever invented. What's wrong with that?
Well, it's just you in hot water with the 2-year-old. Mothers are writing in.
Oh?
No fooling. They say their kids can play just as good as the 5-year-olds. And what you're saying is a slap in the face to the 2-year-old market. Big thing here, you know. Old Magilla.
I was only trying to say that 1201 is so simple even a child can play it.
Well, you better make amends to the 2-year-olds right now, or we'll have a diaper line picketing the program.
Okay, Bing, I'll be glad to include him from now on. Ladies and gentlemen, our listeners report that even a 2-year-old child can play the Philco 1201 without risk to the records or the phonograph. Take your youngsters to your Philco dealer now and see how ideal this new kind of radio phonograph is for even very young children. Only Philco makes the 1201. It's the newest invention in radio from Philco, the leader.
Peggy Lee is here to sing, and for a very definite reason, eh, Peggy?
Yes, for sentimental reasons.
It worked out just like this.
I love you for sentimental reasons. I hope you do believe me. Give you my
Very sweet, Peggy. Very sweet indeed. Now, before John Scott stops quiveling and the band loses its beat, I shall follow with What Am I Going to Do About You?
didn't mind the others I knew. But what am I gonna do about you? That love and I were all through. Then your smile came out of the blue. Oh, what am I gonna do about you? My hopes were growing dimmer. Strength is slimmer each passing day. I could have held out longer, but love was stronger. You had your way, and now all my dreams, and I've had a few, suddenly are all coming true. So what are you gonna do about me? What am I gonna do about you? Suddenly are all coming through. So what are you gonna do about me? And what am I gonna do about you? So good that we finished big. That's good. And now we have a young fellow over here whose left hand always knows what his right hand is doing. Skip Emerson, his selection, Lover. Mr. Henderson, please.
thank you, Lyle. It was very exciting. The calendar says that spring is upon us, though some sections of the country may doubt it. In such a situation, love and bloom seems indicated. Just a minute. It appears the forces of live radio have dropped a viper into the fiddle section.
Let me alone. I'll get it.
Just a minute. Hey, you. Have you ever played this number before, Bud?
Played it? I made it.
Well, I should have known. Jack Benny. I certainly expected you tonight, Jack. I expected you over, but I didn't expect to find you in the orchestra.
I can't understand it. I've never played so poorly.
Oh, cheer up, Jack. Sure you have.
Thanks, kid. But I practiced all morning to limber up. I even washed my fingers in Does. Does doesn't do it. I'm dead.
Better switch to Wheaties, kid. But, Jack, I thought Mary was going to come with you. Where is she?
Oh, she stopped by the Musicians Union to pay my dues.
You belong to the Musicians Union?
Don't act so shy.
Well, then,
of course I belong to the Musicians Union. I'm one of the charter members. You see, years ago I had a little band. We all joined together.
Oh, I know the group well. A fife, a drum, and a guy with a bandage around his head.
So far, I've had nothing. Look, I don't mean the spirit of 76. My band was called Jack Benny and his Sizzling Gobbler.
Sizzling Gobbler?
That's the line they gave me.
Yes.
We specialized in turkey chop.
That's the line. And I'll bet your drummer had drumsticks that were really drumsticks.
Yeah, he used to drive me crazy with that munching during my solo. Can't understand it. Bill Morrow used to write for me. Bing, what I wanted to see you about is a business proposition. What are you going to do this summer?
I'm going to take a vacation.
Well, I've got an idea where you and I could combine business with pleasure.
I'm afraid not, Joe.
But Bing, I mean, this is a chance to pick up some extra money. And that never hurts, you know.
Oh, no, it's spending that hurts, isn't it?
That's ridiculous. It doesn't bother me.
Don't knock it till you've tried it.
Well, Mary Livingston.
Get a load of her all decked out like Mrs. Astor's horse. Listen, you never get all dressed up like that on my program.
Well, how often do I sit on Bing Crosby's lap?
Well, you're not on Crosby's lap.
Where do I get rolling?
Hey, just kidding, Bing. Nothing will happen.
You keep out of this.
Listen, I've been thinking of this for years, and I might as well come right out and say it. What do all the women see in Bing Crosby? Look at him. He's got blue eyes like mine. Blue eyes like mine.
Stop there, brother.
Mary, all I want to know is, did you go to the Musicians Union and pay my dues?
Yes, and I was never so touched in my life.
What do you mean, touched?
Petrillo wept when I handed him your money. Little chunks of stone were rolling down his cheeks.
I don't know. Jimmy always was a great big softy. All right, Mary, where's my card?
Here.
Just a minute. This isn't a musician's card.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. They transferred you to the Plumbers Union.
The Plumbers Union?
Your plunger arrives tomorrow.
What?
I can't wait to hear your first solo. Gonna be asleep on the beach, huh?
I still had nothing. That's a fine way to treat. That's a fine way to treat a charter member. Anyway, I'm going to play the violin because I need it in our act, you know.
What else?
The band act that I planned for you, Mary, and myself, Jack Benny and company. Now, Bing, look, there's no sense in you taking a vacation all summer. And this Macombo offer is sensational.
We're playing the Macombo? Isn't that pretty frank for an act like the one you've got planned?
Oh, I don't mean the Macombo restaurant in Hollywood. I got this offer from a fellow named Mo Combo. Certainly you've heard of Mo. He used to be a prize fighter.
Oh, an ex-program. Has he got an ear for music?
No, as I recall, he doesn't have any ears at all. But he's got a wonderful restaurant right on the ocean at Pismo Beach.
Fly fish at high tide and cook fish at low tide.
Right, you can sign. Go ahead and sign. Get off of Crosby's lap, will you?
You're lucky I'm here. He'd have gone home long ago.
You're so right.
Listen, Bing.
Hi.
Bing, you've got to go up to Pismo Beach with me. Oh, they're building a terrific show around my band.
Yeah?
See, Mo has already signed up a sensational dance team.
Who's he got, the Disciples?
No, it's Velas and Barracuda. Oh, Jackson, you ought to have two shows. Hey, listen, I figure you on the cymbals. You know how you used to play the cymbals,
yeah.
See? Mary on the vocals.
And you on the plunger.
Just keep it up and I'll replace you with Peggy Lee. Now, I figure for our opening tune, we'll do Margie.
Margie? That's going back a little, isn't it?
What's wrong with Margie? It's a hit parade tune.
Margie was on the hit parade when men who know tobacco best were Indians.
And Effie Boone's name was Daniel.
Yeah. Well, as long as we've gone this far, LX and that team.
Drop the net. Oh, it's up.
Yes, sir. You bet. Oh, cool. I say, hey. Well, then we better rehearse our act. Let's run through it, huh?
You take the vocal with me, Mary.
Oh, I can't sing, Bing.
With Jack on the violin, who's going to hear it? Come on.
That's too loud.
Not loud enough. I can still hear you.
Yeah?
I want my mother to hear me.
What?
I want my mother to hear me.
Whistler's mother can hear you. Now stand back, will you?
All right. Hey, Jack. Oh, he's still John.
Huh?
How'd that get in there? What's that?
Well, I'm the leader. I'll have to have a solo.
You do that opening night, and I'll hit you right in the face with a flounder.
There'll be no fish swinging on the opening night.
All right, let's get back to Margie. You ready, kid?
Now, wait a second. Margie.
Bang. Right.
Margie, I'm always thinking of you, Margie. I'll tell the world I love you. Don't forget your promise to me. I'll have a home and
John, your wife is singing.
You've been my inspiration, say, darling. After all is said and done, there is really only one. Oh, Margie, it's you.
was very good, Jack. I think your band act with a little more rehearsal will be out of this world.
Well, thanks, Ken.
Just like that great new table model Soco radio phonograph, the automatic changer. Well, Jack, that's got everything but everything. That new record changer, for instance, that's really a honey. Quiet, easy on your records, and changes up to 12 records automatically.
Say, Ken, what are you talking about? Some new kind of a gramophone?
Jack, the gramophone went out with button shoes.
And when did button shoes go out, may I ask?
Jack, Ken is trying to tell you, like I've been trying to tell you, they make a radio and phonograph together now. It's all in one set.
Oh, it sounds like some Buck Rogers scheme to me.
No. This Soco's way ahead of Buck Rogers, Jack. Got a featherweight tone arm with a permanent type needle, good for thousands of playing.
Well, I'll be darned.
This Soco has a powerful built-in speaker that gets you gorgeous tones from radio and records, too.
A built-in speaker?
That's right.
How are you going to stick your head in the horn to hear if it's built in?
No, you don't have to stick your head in the horn, Jack. This Soco has a beam power pentode audio system packed full of power for rich, rounded tones.
Well, does it have earphones for stations that are over 20 miles away?
No, you don't need any earphones, Jack. And believe me, you can't go wrong with Soco's new table model time. No. I say you can't go wrong with
I'm not getting paid for it.
The new table model radio phonograph, the automatic record changer. It's got everything, and it's a Soco, famous for quality the world over.
The anniversary song. Oh, how we danced on the night we were wed. We vowed our true love, though a word wasn't said. In blue, there were stars in the sky, except for the few that were there in your eyes. Dear, as I held you close in mine, angels were singing into your charms, to hearts gently beating, murmuring low, darling, I love you so. The night seemed to fade into blossoming dawn. The sun shone anew, but the dance lingered on. Could we but recall that sweet moment sublime, we'd find that our love is unaltered by time. Here is a reminder to everybody concerning the 1947 Red Cross Fund. There are 80,000 patients from World War I and World War II who require skillful attention. It seems that a grateful nation should give generously to those who gave so much. Well, about time to put the cat out. Before sending Cabby forth into the night air, I want to thank Jack and Mary for a delightful visit.
Oh, who's on your show next week, Danny?
Read that right,
Already said, well, no, that was wrong.
Who's on your show next week, Danny?
Well, next week, Mary, we're going to have an old-time minstrel show, and my guests will be John Charles Thomas and Al Jolson.
John Charles Thomas and Al Jolson?
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather hear those guys sing than eat.
How do you know? You've never heard them eat.
Stop punching, Mary, will you?
Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, The Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget though we part.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. You know, many people think of a college president as a man who spends most of his time worrying about his school's financial situation. Now, this is a profound misconception. A college president does not worry about money most of the time. He worries about it all the time. And Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, the president of Ivy, is no exception. At the moment, he and Mrs. Hall, the former Victoria Cromwell of the English stage, are in a taxi on their way to a dinner party at which Dr. Hall is to be the guest of honor. Mrs. Millicent Foster, their hostess, is very wealthy, and an endowment is in sight. Mrs. Hall says,
I do like dinner parties. I wonder what the main course will be.
Main course? Me. There is nothing Mrs. Foster likes to serve her guests so much as a celebrity, major or minor.
She should be very happy this evening, then. In your black tie, you're quite a tasty dish.
Thank you. And but not as tasty, I'm afraid, as the major celebrity she originally intended to have tonight. He disappointed her at the last moment.
Oh? How?
Yes, he led with his right, was knocked out in the 6th round, and thereby ceased to be a major celebrity. She was forced to settle for a college president.
Oh, poor woman.
She is not, thank heavens, a poor woman. She's one of the richest in town, and one of the loneliest. That's why she fritters away so much of her wealth on trivialities. I've been trying for over a year to guide her interests into more constructive channels.
Like, say, gymnasium constructing or library?
Yes, exactly. I have a feeling that when we leave tonight, I'll have a nice fat endowment check in my pocket.
Well, I have the same feeling. Mr. Merriweather told me you'd made a very great impression on her.
Yes, I suppose I have. I mean to say I have some respectable degrees, and I've written a few good books.
It's your good looks that have impressed her, not your good book.
Oh, nonsense. Nonsense, Victoria. I've never heard anything so ridiculous in my life. Good looks. Me. You really think so?
Of course I do. I'm not the only one. Every co-ed on the campus is mad about you.
You're just saying that. Really?
This is as far as I can go.
Driver, you took the words right out of my mouth.
Sorry, folks, there's a detour. I didn't know nothing about. The road's under construction.
Oh, will it take us much out of our way?
About 8 miles, approximately. We'd have to go over that bridge and all the way around.
How long will that take?
Almost 15 minutes, nearly.
It's 10 of 8 now, and Mrs. Foster's very fussy about punctuality. Suppose we walk the rest of the way.
All right.
Driver, how far are we from 383 Hyacinth Road?
Merely 12 blocks, only.
I don't mind walking if you think we can make it by 8.
Oh, we can do it easily. All right, here you are, driver. Keep the change.
Thank you.
Do we just walk straight ahead? We've never been out this way before.
Just straight ahead, almost. You can't miss it, but they're long blocks, and you better walk fast if you want to be there by 8. Practically.
Thank you. Well, let's hurry, Victoria. Mr. Merriweather, the entire Board of Governors, in fact, has told me how insistent Mrs. Foster is that her guests arrive on time.
Oh, don't worry, Toddy. 12 blocks in 10 minutes. We'll be there by 8.
It's only that I don't want anything to mar the impression I've made. The board is rather counting on me to bring her into the fold of donors. I hope that we... Well, what a revolting-looking animal. Look, Victoria. You ever seen such a mongrel in your life? It seems to be all the dogs ever bred wrapped up into one.
Oh, I find it rather appealing the way you stood there looking at it. It's almost like Napoleon in that comic strip. May we stop for a moment to pet it?
Well, one pet only, if you don't mind, darling. No time for more.
Oh, no, it is affectionate, isn't it? Oh, you're happy to see us on to your birthday. Yes, you are. You do certainly are.
Vicky, I hate to interrupt this passionate courtship, but if we're late, we're liable to lose a large endowment. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We are. Yes, we are.
Oh, sorry, darling. Goodbye, dog. I think it's lost. It had a collar around its neck, but no license.
Well, it probably belongs to the house just behind this wall. It's fed a dozen times a day, and on the whole lives much better and more securely than the average instructor.
No, I think it's lost.
Well, what makes you think so?
Because it's following us. Seems to have no place in particular to go.
Go home, sir. Go home.
Such as a female.
Oh, go home, sir, or madam, as the case may be.
Oh, no, she's doing all these tricks for us, sitting up and rolling over. Oh, Lord, be upright, that's old smarty pants on, too.
Victoria, please, darling, don't encourage him. We down, sir. Down.
Oh, he only wants to kiss you.
Victoria, no one can accuse me of being anti-dog, but any desire I have to be slobbered over by a mongrel stray at this particular moment is so small that it borders on the microscopic. We simply haven't the time. Now, I've got to chase him away. Don't be startled. I'm going to shout at him. Go away! Go away! Allez, vous en! TNT Vegas! Cram! That did it. Look at him run. Now, please, let us hurry, Victoria.
Well, hope he'll be all right.
Of course he will. He was all right for years before we came along, and there's no reason to suppose he won't be all right for years after we've departed.
Might be run over or something.
It simply isn't our problem. I'm sorry if I seem callous, but in wrangling an endowment, a certain ruthlessness is necessary.
Oh, Toddy. You don't think he's been hit?
Well, of course he hasn't been hit. I'm sure he hasn't been hit. I mean, aren't you?
I have a queer feeling in the pit of my stomach. I mean, he was so alive just a minute ago. Do we by any chance
But it's late. We're going to be late. We'd best go back and see if he's all right. Hurry, take my hand. This is ridiculous. As much as $1 million waiting for me, and I'm running in the opposite direction. I've had nightmares like this.
It may not be as much as $1 million.
Well, even if it's only $500,000, it's ridiculous. How will we get him to a vet?
Well, it's not one of these houses to drive.
Hold it, Victoria. Hold it.
Oh, you're safe, aren't you? You know that, you said you frightened us. Oh, yes.
What seems to be the trouble? Dog annoying you?
No, not at all, officer. No, he's a very friendly dog. Too friendly, in fact. He's been following us for the last 10 minutes, and it seems likely to go on ad infinitum. I mean, he seems likely to go on endlessly.
I know what ad infinitum means, mister. What makes you think I don't?
Oh, I beg your pardon.
What makes you think I don't know what ad infinitum means? Simply because I'm a policeman doesn't mean I'm an ignoramus.
Well, I'm sure my husband had no
intention. It may surprise you to learn that I have a degree in police administration from Fordham University.
Oh, if I seemed patronizing, I'm sorry.
It's just that I'm tired of people who have a stereotyped conception of a policeman. Now, how would you like it if people had a stereotyped conception of your job?
Well, as a matter of fact, they have. My job is teaching. I don't have to tell you how many jokes I hear in the course of a year about absent-minded professors.
Doesn't it get you down? Little kid called me a flatfoot yesterday. My feet happen to be perfectly arched. I could show you.
Yes, I know what you mean. You know, there was a newspaper editorial last week in which teachers were called long hair. I leave it to you. Is my hair long?
Yeah, William, I don't want to interrupt this coffee clutch, but it's getting very late.
Oh, yes, of course. Officer, this dog seems to be lost. Have you any idea where it belongs?
Well, I'm new on this beat. I have no idea whose dog it is.
Well, my wife is afraid, and I am too, that it may be run over unless someone takes care of it. Maybe place it in your hands.
What would I do with it? I have 8 more hours before I'm relieved. The sergeant drives fast to check up on me, finds me walking a dog. I'm liable to wind up patrolling way out of Marie Antoinette Plaza, near the garbage dump. Why don't you take it with you?
Well, we're on our way to a dinner party, and if we came with a stray dog...
I see what you mean. It would be, shall we say, outre.
How was that? Yes, outre, of course. Yes, it would be très outre.
Can't you be persuaded to look after it for a few hours? It keeps you amused.
I'm afraid amusement isn't what I'm here for. Look at that. I just ended a sentence with a preposition. Shows you how careless a man gets after he graduates.
Oh, it's considered proper usage these days in some quarters.
You don't say?
Yes, as a colloquialism.
Oh, I can't say that I approve. I am a purist.
Yes. So am I.
Particularly when it comes to grammatic construction.
I agree. As a matter of fact, I devoted an entire chapter to it in my book, Grammar and Its Effects on Social Behavior.
Oh, I've read that. Did you write that?
Boy, please, we're terribly late.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Good heavens, look at the time. It's past 8. Officer, what should we do?
Forget about it. It's not your problem.
Exactly what I said a few minutes ago. Now, come on, Victoria.
Dog catcher will probably pick it up tomorrow.
Exactly. We can bet. The dog catcher.
What'll he do with it?
Take it downtown to the pound.
Pound? Well, isn't that where they...
What'll they do there?
Oh, he's washed, combed, fed, kept very comfortably for 1 week.
And after that?
You mean if no one claims it?
Yes.
Sic transit gloria mundi.
Oh, no.
You mean it's done away with? Oh, no, Todd.
Well, surely there's some alternative.
Well, there is. Take the dog by the scruff of the neck and march him from house to house.
All right, officer, we'll try it.
Good night, lady.
Good night.
Good night, officer. Thank you.
Ever read Senator Fell's tribute to his dog?
Yes, I have.
Fine rhetoric, don't you think?
Yes, fine.
Fine. William.
Yes.
Night.
Good night.
What are we going to do?
Do? I'll show you. Come here, Rover. Come here. You know what I'm going to do with you? I'm going to find your home. Now, Mrs. Foster is not going to like it. Do you know what it's have to cost me to get you home? $1 million. Yes, it is. $1 million. It is. $1 million. Yes, it is. I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Before we return to the halls of Ivy, let's hear the story of how one man developed a taste for family parties and Schlitz beer.
Well, ordinarily, I look forward to family parties like I look forward to 2 weeks of rain on my vacation. Oh, but I make one exception. There's a certain relative of my wife who can win me away from my fireside any day. He's the one who introduced me to Schlitz beer, and I still thank him for it. I remember when this relative first invited us over for a family get-together. My wife wanted to go, and I didn't, so we compromised and went. On the way over, I visualized a dismal evening playing some game like charade, which I happen to particularly detest. But things began to look up the moment our host greeted us at the door and said, I hope you won't mind if we don't waste the evening playing silly parlor games. And when I discovered that we were both fly fishermen, well, I began to think of my host as more of a friend than a relative. It was just about then that he brought in the Schlitz beer. Well, the evening was full of pleasant surprises. I'd heard many good things about Schlitz and had always planned to try it. So, try it I did. And never have I tasted a beer as satisfying. As I drank, I found myself hoping that this particular in-law would throw another family party very soon. And I found myself saying, as surely others have said in tasting this fine beer, no wonder they call Schlitz a beer that made Milwaukee famous.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, we find a rather irritated Dr. Hall walking with Victoria and a huge, friendly, very lost dog in the general direction of the home of Mrs. Millicent Foster, at whose dinner party he's supposed to be guest of honor. They are now almost a half hour late. They go up the steps of a small residence.
I do feel ridiculous, Vicky. I'm not exactly dressed for the sheepshead field trials, you know.
Never mind, darling. Neither is Fido.
Yes? I beg your pardon, but does this dog belong to you? We were just...
Mister, nothing belongs to me. I'm being evicted tomorrow.
You might as well find a home for him, too.
Oh, how do you do?
Good evening. We were wondering...
Yes, I know. Thank you for coming so promptly. Our own doctor is out of town, or we wouldn't have bothered you. We never expected it so soon, of course.
But we were just trying to...
But you're just a tiny moment late. The ambulance got here first. Ambulance? Yes, the baby's due any second. She's at St. Vincent's Hospital, Doctor. Oh, what a lovely dog you have. Good night.
Oh, well... Good evening. How do you do? Have you lost a dog?
No, but I'd like to.
You don't quite understand. We found the dog.
Are you from a quiz program?
No, but we have a dog here, and we don't know where he lives.
Well, ask him, mister. Ask him. I'm busy.
A penny for them, Toddy.
I'm thinking that Fido here is no ordinary dog. In fact, I suspect he's been planted here by some rival in competition for Mrs. Foster's dough. Endowment. Harvard, perhaps, or Yale. We've covered the entire area and couldn't even give him away.
Some people are very callous to other people's sights.
Am I to go through life dogged by this dog? Like the ancient mariner with an albatross round his neck?
Well, don't be bitter, darling. You've done a good deed so far, and I love you for it. Remember, virtue is its own reward.
Yes, I can see myself explaining that to the board. No, I didn't manage to get an endowment last night, gentlemen, but I was kind to an animal. They're not likely to canonize me for that and call me St. William.
I suppose not.
A dog. Man's best friend. Another myth exploded. Vicky, you've more influence with this monster than I. Make him stop doing tricks. You can talk to him.
Well, shall I tell him to go away?
No, better not. We may very shortly require a performing dog to help us earn our bread. When we're out with a tin cup. Well, anyway, Mrs. Foster is never going to believe our story unless he's with us.
There was a car coming down the driveway. Toddy, be careful. Rover, come here. There's a good chap.
Oh, it looks like Mr. Wellman's limousine.
Oh, is our chairman of the board to be a guest of Mrs. Foster this evening?
Well, not that I know of. He's never been known to miss a free meal in his life. Is that you, Mr. Wellman?
Dr. Hall, are you aware, sir, that you are more than 1/2 hour late?
I am, and I'm very sorry, I assure you. I shall make what I hope are adequate apologies to Mrs. Foster and the other guests at the dinner party.
Dinner party? There is no dinner party, not anymore.
Oh?
Mrs. Foster begged her guests to excuse her and retire to her room.
Oh, my.
She was extremely upset, and I don't blame her. I would be, too, if a guest of honor at one of my dinners failed to make an appearance, failed even to have the courtesy to telephone.
Mr. Williams, we had a perfectly good explanation.
Perfectly good may be too strong a term, but at least it's an understandable one. On the way here, we encountered this dog, which appeared to be lost.
Indeed. And have you taken the position of dog catcher as a sideline?
The dog seemed to be lost, and we feared it might be run over by an automobile.
Taken to the pound and destroyed.
So we tried to learn where it belonged.
You should have spent a bit more time considering where you belong. You belonged at Mrs. Foster's dinner party. Do you know what she did just before I left? She tore up a certified check made out to the school.
No.
Tore it into tiny pieces right before my eyes. A check for $100,000.
Oh, no.
Yes. Needless to say, I am far from happy at this turn of events.
I think events would have to turn a complete somersault for you ever to be happy, Mr. Wellman. Nevertheless, I am not bubbling over with happiness myself.
I think you are very heedless, Dr. Hall. I'm of the opinion the rest of the board will agree with me. I don't wish to discuss the matter any further tonight. There is no necessity for you to go round to the house. Mrs. Foster has gone to bed.
Well, I shall still try to see her to tender my apologies.
You're wasting your time, Dr. Hall. Again.
Good night, Mr. Wellman.
Good night.
Carry on, Pearson.
Well, that's that. I'm very sorry, not only for the money, but because I rather like Mrs. Foster and never intended to offend her.
Perhaps you understand your explanation and even agree that you acted for the best.
Fine words, butter, no parsnips.
But a soft answer turneth away raw.
You really think I can make her understand?
Oh, you know as well as I do that when you set your mind to it, you can charm a bird right out of a tree.
The charming Mrs. Foster out of a high dudgeon may prove a bit more difficult.
She may only be in a low dudgeon.
I can't remember when I approached a dinner party with so much anxiety.
I can. That dance at the French Embassy in London. When you were first courting me. It was a long time ago. Remember it?
Yes, of course, I remember. It was the ball to which I had not been invited.
Oh, you were invited. At least I was, and I invited you.
I don't think I ever felt so unsure of myself. I almost ran away as we approached the embassy building. If you hadn't been on my arm, I think I'd have bolted. I never was more nervous in my life.
Stop worrying and fidgeting with your time.
You sure? You're sure I look all right? These evening clothes aren't mine, you know. I had to rent them. Even these cufflinks.
You look extremely handsome and distinguished.
Oh, I wish I felt that way. Actually, I feel something like Cinderella. Try not to be alarmed if at midnight these tails and white tie vanish and you see me standing there in shorts and a pumpkin.
I shall carry it off with all the savoir-faire at my command. I shall say to one and all, my dear, haven't you heard? It's the latest rage in America.
Of course, I realize no one's going to notice me. You're so beautiful this evening. Everyone will be looking at you.
Oh, no. Not really. But I feel beautiful when you look at me like that. Oh, dear.
What is it?
Your opera hat is collapsing.
Oh, no.
It's like a card pretzel.
Oh, it's been deflating all the evening.
Oh, you seem to be balancing an untidy pancake on your head.
I told the man something was wrong with old Vicky. Let's turn back. It's not just my topper. All my clothes.
Sorry, stop it. Except that hat, which you can carry. You're impeccably dressed and you're going to have an amusing and interesting evening. Stop worrying now. You disarrange your tie with your fidgeting. Here. Let me fix it for you.
Yes, ma'am. The oddest thing about your eyes, Vicky, they change color. Sometimes they're as blue as a lake in the Adirondacks, than which nothing is bluer. But at this moment, your eyes are almost violet.
I keep a large variety on hand. The little woman comes in and makes them for me at 2 shillings an hour. Try not to touch that tie again.
I wish we had known each other longer. 2 years instead of 2 weeks.
2 weeks and 2 days.
If we had, you'd know by this time that I'm not always like this. That I enter most situations with a certain aplomb. It's just that an embassy ball is rather a rich and sudden change of diet for a college professor on a sabbatical.
After your first taste, you lap it up and come back for more.
I'm not so sure of that. You know, this is very different from a social gathering at home. There, I have the confidence and assurance of being known and in good standing. But here, among these old titles, these medals, decorations, these shining rewards of a great empire for distinguished services, it's frightening.
No, it's not frightening, William. It's really very gay. You're as much of a knight in armor as any of them. And as for title, my dear, don't forget that to me, you're William the Conqueror.
What was that you said? No, don't knock yet.
We can't afford another moment's delay. We're late.
Let the ambassador wait. I want you to say that again.
Ambassador? Toddy, what are you talking about? We're late for Mrs. Foster's party.
Mrs. Who?
Foster, Mrs.
What? Oh, Mrs. Foster.
Good. Toddy, where were you?
At an ambassador's ball in London, my dear, with a pretzel on my head.
Oh, no. This is no time for daydreaming.
Good heavens, no. We've got to apologize to Mrs. Foster.
You stay here with me, then.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Is Mrs. Foster at home? Dr. and Mrs. Hall calling. No, wait, please. So don't shut the door. We wish to see her to apologize for...
Teddy, someone for me?
Yes, madam.
Oh, Dr. Hall. And Mrs. Hall.
We would like to apologize, Mrs. Foster.
That will be all, Kirby.
Yes, madam.
Mrs. Foster, we are so sorry you've been upset.
Upset?
Believe me, such a thing was furthest from our thoughts.
You seem to have a positive genius for milk and water words. How would you feel if your guests of honor for the evening not only failed to appear, but didn't even notify you? It was indicative of the contempt you must feel for the help I could have given you.
No, I assure you.
It is really the last straw. Your discourtesy on top of everything else. As though I weren't already carrying as much as a mortal could be expected to bear.
The last straw?
Pete, he's lost, ran away, disappeared. Oh, you wouldn't understand.
Pete? He's not by any chance a dog?
He's not just a dog. He's my dog. I've had him for years, and suddenly he's...
Not a raw-boned, flop-eared, bushy-tailed...
Yes. Have you seen him?
Seen him? Mrs. Foster. He's the reason we're late. We were trying to find his home for him. One moment. Pete!
Dr. Hall, you... Oh, Pete. It is Pete. Oh, all right. You bad dog. Where have you been? I thought you'd been stolen or killed. Dr. Hall, Pete may not look, but he's a very rare and valuable dog. I can't tell you how valuable. If it were anyone of less consequence than you, Dr. Hall, I should offer him a large cash reward.
Would, Mrs. Foster? Well, if I may make a suggestion... I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Now here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Well, wasn't that wonderful, Toddy? For rescuing her dog, Mrs. Foster gave you an extra $50,000 for the college. The reward of virtue.
Oh, no virtue of mine. You might just as well give credit to the Town Planning Commission. If the road hadn't been under repair, we wouldn't have had to walk and wouldn't have seen the dog.
Why not thank the taxi driver? He told us to take the shortcut where we found the dog.
Or the policeman. If he'd taken the dog as we wanted him to, Mrs. Foster would never...
Or the horrible man who drove the car that frightened the dog.
Or the beautiful wife of the horrible man who drove the car that frightened the dog.
No, Toddy. Dinner's on the table.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Herbert Butterfield, Janet Scott, Jane Morgan, Herbert Vigran, Jack Cushman, and Jerry Hausner. Tonight's script was written by Walter Brown Newman and Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Next, listen for We the People over most of these NBC stations.
Dennis Day. Oh, that makes life seem worthwhile. Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Let's Pick Up Where We Left Off.
Let's pick up where we left off and start all over again. And we be the same old sweetheart, just like we were then. Let's pick up where we left off and start a new dream or two. I still get that same old feeling when I think of you. I walk in the park all alone in the dark to our favorite rendezvous. But when I get there, it's so empty and bare, nothing but memories of you. If you give me one more chance, I'm yours till heaven knows when. So let's pick up where we left off and start all over
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, our young hero, Dennis Day, even more so than most of us at this time of year, is face to face with a dilemma of Christmas presents. There are 3 questions confronting him. What should he buy? Who should he buy it for? And for heaven's sake, what with? In particular, he's concerned about a gift for the head of the Anderson household, his present landlady and prospective mother-in-law. And since this requires thinking, he's wasted no time and gone directly to his girlfriend Mildred for help.
A present for Mother? Well, you don't have to get her anything too grand, Dennis. Just buy her something you can afford.
That's the trouble. They don't sell them that cheap.
Don't sell what?
Name it, and they don't sell them that cheap.
But, Dennis, you must have some money. You've been saving up out of your salary for months.
Yeah, I know, but an emergency came up Monday afternoon that wiped out half of my savings.
An emergency?
Yeah, I got a little hungry and bought myself a hamburger.
Oh, golly. Well, you'll simply have to do the best you can, then. After all, it isn't the gift so much. It's the spirit behind it that counts.
Well, I wish your mother knew that. I didn't like her suggestion at all.
The suggestion? You mean you asked Mother and she told you what to get?
Sure.
What?
Lost.
Oh, I'm sure she didn't mean it. It's just that she's been so preoccupied lately with all those meetings and her campaign and the speech she's... Say.
Huh?
Listen. You know about Mother being an SOW, don't you?
Mildred, I might think it, but I'd never say it.
Oh, silly. SOW stands for Socialites of Weaverville. It's the club she belongs to.
Oh.
And she's running for president. Look, she's worried to death about the campaign speech she'll have to make. If you could write her one that would get her elected...
Mildred, what are you saying?
I'm saying that would be the nicest Christmas present you could possibly give her.
What a speech.
Dennis, there's nothing to it. All you have to do is put words in my mother's mouth.
Boy, that's really carrying coals to Newcastle.
But, Dennis, I know you can do it. You write very well, and after she reads what... Oh, good morning, Mother.
Good morning, Mildred. Dennis.
Good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh, Mother, Dennis has the most wonderful surprise for you. We can't tell you what it is yet, but it's going to make you the happiest person in the world.
Why, Dennis, you darling. But where on earth did you find a vacancy?
Oh, I'm not moving, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh, no, this is something you'll really love, Mother. And I think Dennis realizes now how important it is. Don't you, Dennis?
I'll see you later, Mildred.
Well, Mother, how's your campaign going?
Oh, just perfectly, Mildred. Do you know I'm getting so confident I've even bought myself a gavel.
Oh, really?
Yes, and I've been practicing with it all week, banging it on the bureau and telling your father he's out of order.
Well, I'm certainly glad you're so hopeful.
Oh, I don't see how I can lose now. Mrs. Olsberg has decided to back me, you know.
The mayor's wife? Oh, that's marvelous.
Yes, she's giving a tea for me tomorrow. And that isn't all. She's invited Arthur Phillips, the famous author.
Oh, that's simply terrific. That means everyone will be there.
Yes, and he'll be introduced as my protege. I just couldn't choose a better time to make my campaign speech. Oh, if I only had it written.
Well, don't worry, Mother. It will be. Maybe someone will help you with it.
What? Who?
Oh, someone who knows exactly how you speak.
It isn't your father, is it? Remember, I'm addressing ladies.
You just forget about it and concentrate on getting more votes than Mrs. Hastings.
Yes. Oh, won't it be wonderful if I'm elected? Me, your little mother, the biggest SOW in the whole town.
Mildred, I've got it. It's all done.
The speech?
Yeah, I went down to the public library and stayed up all night writing it.
And it's really good?
Oh, it's magnificent. It's a speech that Washington or Lincoln or Jefferson might have delivered. In fact, they did.
What do you mean?
Well, Mildred, I couldn't trust my own brains for this. There was too much at stake, so I borrowed things from all the great speeches of history.
Why, Dennis, that's marvelous. What an idea.
Yeah, and look who it occurred to. You never know, huh?
Oh, it's wonderful. Mother's got to hear it right away. Oh, Mother, would you come into the living room a minute?
What is it, Mildred?
Mother, get ready for your big surprise. Your campaign speech is all written for you. Dennis wrote it.
Dennis? Dennis Day wrote... Mildred, I'm your own mother. Blood must be thicker than this.
Wait, Mother. It's all done and it's marvelous. At least give him a chance to read it to you.
Oh, very well. Go ahead, Dennis. Only it better be good.
Oh, it is, Mrs. Anderson. Listen, here's the way it starts out. 87 years ago, when I was born,
What?
Dennis, you can't say that. That makes Mother 87 years old.
But it's such a beautiful phrase. I hate to lose it just because of a year or two.
Well, go ahead with the rest of it. We'll change that later.
Okay. Ladies, we are met today upon this battlefield.
Battlefield? Young man, this is a meeting of my women's club.
Yes, ma'am, but I was home the last time you held a meeting here, and from what I heard...
Never mind what you heard.
Dennis, maybe you better skip to the body of the speech.
Well, all right. That's the part where you state your platform. In quick succession, you call for the abolition of slavery, support the Monroe Doctrine, and remember the Alamo.
That's my platform, is it?
Yes, ma'am. Then you hit him with your campaign slogan.
My campaign slogan?
Yeah. Tippecanoe and Anderson, too.
It'll be interesting to see what they hit me with.
Is that the end of the speech, Dennis?
Oh, no. She finishes up by promising them a chicken in every pot.
That's nice.
Yeah. And then you throw in a little joke like speakers always do. You say, and speaking of a chicken in every pot, I noticed that each of you little chickens sure has a little...
Dennis!
Well, what's the matter? Is it off color?
Dennis, I think you better get to the conclusion.
Oh, yeah. Wait till you hear that. Boy, is it dramatic. She cries out, I am dying, Egypt, dying. And with that, she pulls out an adder and lets it bite her.
I let an adder bite me?
Oh, not a real adder, of course. That might sting. You can have a worm stuck down your dress.
And that's the speech you've written for me.
Why, Mrs. Anderson, you don't like it. It's no use denying it. I can see it in your face.
I thought you might. It needs work, Dennis. I suggest you go someplace and work on it.
Go someplace?
Yes, like outer Mongolia. And don't come back.
Gee whiz, yesterday she despised me, and today our relationship has deteriorated.
Now, don't you worry, Dennis. From what she told me, she'll get the presidency even without your campaign speech.
Well, I'd better get her some kind of Christmas present to square myself. Looks like I'll have to brace Mr. Willoughby again for an advance. Gee, I wish you were coming along.
Me? What for?
Well, you know my boss. While I'm bracing him, who's going to brace me? Morning, Mr. Willoughby.
Good morning, Dennis.
Oh, Mr. Willoughby, there's something I got to talk to you about. You see, it's this way.
Business has been terrible. This is the worst month in 10 years. Can't pay the rent. On the verge of bankruptcy. If something doesn't happen, we'll have to close up the store.
Huh?
Sorry, did I interrupt you?
No, I didn't know it, but I was through.
Well, I wasn't kidding, Dennis. I've never seen our business as bad as it is. And I don't understand why, either.
I think it's because we're getting fewer customers and they don't buy as much. That sort of thing is bound to be felt, you know.
By George, you've got something there, my boy. And I can't wait till you take it away. Anyway, the fact remains that I can't make ends meet anymore, and I've cut my overhead to the bone.
I know.
In fact, the only thing I haven't cut is your salary. Say!
Please, Mr. Willoughby, let's not tamper with the bone.
Well, all right. What this store really needs is a publicity angle. Something to get us talked about all over town. Anything.
Anything?
Well, sure. I think it was Jimmy Walker who said, I don't care what people say about me just so they say something. That's publicity.
Oh, you just want people to talk about the store, huh?
Exactly. The more people talk about you, the surer they are to think of you when they want to buy something. If you want to earn a raise, Dennis, start thinking up some publicity angle for us.
A raise? Boy, I'll get my brain working on it right away.
I was afraid that's what you'd call on. Well, get up front. I'm going to work on the book.
Yes, sir. Gee, what a funny business. Now, if I could only think of something. Oh, good morning, madam. May I? Oh, hello, Mrs. Alsberg. How's the mayor this morning?
He's fine, thank you. I'd like a jar of skin softener, please. And a dozen...
Gosh, Mrs. Alsberg, I just got a wonderful idea. Would you do something for me?
What?
Well, would you mind talking to people all over town about Willoughby's? You know, how nice it is to trade here and how courteous we are to customers and all that.
But why on earth should I?
Well, I'll bet you'd tell people about it if we insulted you.
Indeed I would.
Oh, I see.
Now, would you kindly take my order, please?
What's the hurry, Fatso? Keep your bloomers on. You heard me. How could you miss with ears that size?
Why, this is fantastic. I've never been insulted like this before in my life.
Well, that's your fault for not getting in here more often, Broadbeam.
I warn you, young man, one more impertinence and I shall walk out of this store.
Now we're getting somewhere. Come on, Fatso. What is it you wanted?
I told you I wanted something to soften my skin.
Have you tried a pneumatic drill?
This time you've done it, young man.
I have, huh? So what are you going to do about it, Flappy Lips? Flap it all over?
I certainly am.
Atta girl. I knew I couldn't have picked a better blabberer.
I'm going to tell this to every member of my club.
Atta girl.
And particularly, I'm going to tell it to Mrs. Anderson.
Atta girl. Pardon me, could I have a clarification on that?
You live at her house, and if you're the kind of person with whom she associates, I shall withdraw my support of her for president of the club.
For president... Mrs. Osberg, I feel that I have made a series of nasty blunders.
Oh, you do you?
Yes, ma'am. You're a dreamboat, Mrs. Osberg. I love you. I want you in my harbor. Please sail into my... And so, as the sun slowly sinks in the west, we say farewell to Dennis Day.
Oh, Dennis, how could you? What'll Mother do?
I don't know. I just know who she'll do it to.
Now, Mrs. Osberg's sure to support Mother's opponent, that Mrs. Hastings. She'll make her the guest of honor at that tea tomorrow.
Yeah, I know.
And now that rider will be Mrs. Hastings' protege, and he'll... Wait.
Now what?
What if this Mr. Phillips, the writer, turned out to be just an awful person? Someone who could lose the election for Mrs. Hastings instead of winning it for her. You follow me?
No, the road's too rough, but keep going.
Don't you see? You're going to take Mr. Phillips' place at the tea. None of the girls have ever seen him, and I'll fix you up so no one will recognize you.
Yeah, but what about the real Mr. Phillips?
Well, that's the easy part. Listen, your friend Bill Harding is the desk clerk down at the Weaverville Hotel where Mr. Phillips has his reservation.
Uh-huh.
Now, here's what you do. You ask Bill if he'll do you a little favor. And when
Gee, it sure was nice of Bill to let me take his place behind the desk. But if that Mr. Phillips doesn't show up soon...
Well, Dennis, look. I'll bet that's him coming across the foyer now.
At last. Boy, I sure hope this works.
Oh, it's just got to, Dennis. I'll duck into the office here. Good luck.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Can I help you, sir?
My name is Arthur Phillips of New York City.
Yes, Mr. Phillips. We've been expecting you. How are you, sir?
My train was an hour late. I'm due at a tea. I'd like a room and in a hurry, please.
Mr. Phillips, when I ask someone how they are, they generally tell me.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm fine, just fine.
Who cares?
Look, young man, I'd like to register, if I may.
Aren't you going to ask me how I am?
Very well. How are you?
I've got an ulcer.
I'm glad to hear it. Now, if you don't mind, I've just got in. I'm very tired. I'd like my room.
What room is that?
The room I reserved here by wire.
Oh, that's gone.
You mean you rented it to someone else?
Oh, I had to. I couldn't help myself.
Why not?
I was bribed.
I see. And now you want me to bribe you too, huh?
Well, we're full up to the 4th floor, but I suppose you could try to bribe me for one on the 5th floor if you want to.
All right, I'll bribe you for a room on the 5th floor.
What? I wouldn't take it.
Why not?
We've got no 5th floor.
Now, look here, my man. This hotel wired me confirming my reservation. And I demand a room. You understand?
That's the way you feel. We do have one room left, 306.
Is it a nice room?
Sure. Here's the key and the flit gun.
Flit gun? What's that for?
Well, the room is vacant, but not entirely unoccupied.
Oh, heavens, has this room got a bath?
No, but the bathroom is pretty convenient. Just walk to your right as you leave the room.
How far?
Just to the first traffic light.
The first traffic light?
Well, from there, you can't miss it. Just turn right again. It's the next filling station on your left.
Why, this is ridiculous.
Oh, but you'll love the room. It's very attractive. And if you like to lie in bed and read the Police Gazette, it's...
I don't.
Oh, too bad. That's what the walls are papered with.
What?
And it's nice and cozy and warm, too. The chimney for the incinerator's right outside your window.
Young man, you think I'm going to stay in a flea bag like this? You're very much mistaken. I'm taking the next train back to New York.
That's the way to talk. You had me a little worried for a while.
Just do one last favor for me. Call up those SOWs and tell them they'll have to wallow around without me. Goodbye.
Everything. You were just wonderful.
Yeah, I think I've hit a hot streak. I sure hope it doesn't cool before that tea.
I've missed Salzburg, won't you reconsider? After all, what Dennis Day does can hardly be considered...
Mrs. Anderson, please. I've made up my mind to support Elizabeth Hastings, and that's final. Oh, Mrs. Hastings, that must be Mr. Phillips.
Oh, my author, my own dear author at last.
Now, don't forget, ladies, the gentleman you're about to meet is typical of the distinguished friends I shall introduce you to if I'm elected president.
Oh, yes. Oh, Mr. Phillips. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. How do you do?
Howdy, babe.
Thank you. Won't you come in? I've told these other ladies that you and I are very old personal friends, Mr. Phillips. I hope you don't mind, but this election could mean my name in the social register.
Shucks, kiddo, as the girdle said to the fat lady, if you can get it in, I won't spread it around.
Yes, I'm sure. And now I do want you to meet my club members. Oh, Mrs. Salzburg, this is Mr. Phillips.
Oh, Mr. Phillips, this is the thrill of my life. I can't tell you how delighted I am to meet you.
Well, you ain't a bad-looking hunk of stuff yourself, Aldy.
Why, Mr. Phillips.
So, Mr. Phillips is typical of your old friends, is he, Mrs. Hastings? Why,
Oh, sure. Me and Liz been pals ever since we're old men. Used to run that big saloon on 47th Street, eh?
What? Why, he never.
Come off it, Liz. Ladies, you should have seen this kid put it away when she was a little tyke. She used to holler bottoms up so often she began walking around on her hands.
Hey, I knew you were...
Hey, what a looker, boy. Remember how proud the old man was when you got into the chorus at Minsky's, Liz? Boy, she really had a shape once. Yes, sirree, the kid was really stacked. Never know it the way she's come unfiled, huh?
Now, really, Mr. Phillips, ladies, this
and
man
sing. Oh, what a voice. Come on, Liz, let's give him one of those old songs of yours. Hey, come on.
Why, I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, Liz. How about that cute little thing you used to do called She Thought They Drive in the Park, but instead they parked in the drive. Or say, how about that little ballad you introduced, Liz, called We Kissed on the Roof Neath the Moon's Soft Glare Through the Trap of Your Father's Long Underwear.
Well, Mrs. Hastings,
is that the kind of woman we want for our president, ladies? I, for one, am leaving.
Well, no, really, ladies, honestly, this...
Well, I guess I gotta be shoving off, too. Say, Liz, how about you and me getting together real soon down at the tattoo parlor and talk over old times? Because to spend one night with you in our rendezvous and reminisce with you, that's my desire. A little blunted by time, but still mighty powerful. Well, good night, girl.
Dennis, you darling, you dear, sweet, wonderful boy, you've won the election for me.
Why,
Mrs. Anderson, gosh, you knew who I was all the time.
Oh, yes. That shirt you put over your sweatshirt has a button missing, and every once in a while I could see Mickey Mouse staring at me.
Gee, well, it worked anyway.
I know. That voice you used, that old man's voice, and when you sang...
Yeah. To meet where gypsies play down in that dim cafe and dance till break of day. Oh, that's my desire.
Oh, you're Valterini tonight, Daddy.
I'm a regular.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Mickey. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo, hair bright, washed right, easy to do and dress right, hair that's soft and silky from a Luster Cream shampoo.
Yes, Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new three-way loveliness. Fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft and easy to manage. Be a dream girl, a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
With Charles Dand in the orchestra, Dennis returns to our microphone to sing the old favorite and his latest RCA Victor recording, Mickey.
Pretty Mickey, with your hair of raven hue, in your smiling, soul beguiling, there's a bit of Killarney, bit of the Blarney too. Childhood in the wildwood, like a mountain flower you grew. Pretty Mickey, can you blame anyone for falling in love with you? Oh, what a shame they gave you the name of Mickey. Where is the rose that grows in repose like you? Lucky the birds and the bees you'd meet, lucky the moth and the violet sweet, when they were throbbed by your bare little feet, there in the morning dew. How can you blame me when I find weary to change your name to mine? Pretty Mickey, with your hair of raven hue, and your smiling so beguiling, there's a bit of Killarney, bit of the Blarney too. Childhood in the wildwood, like a mountain flower you grew. Pretty Mickey, can you blame anyone for falling in love with you?
Good night, everybody.
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin, brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is Vern Smith reminding you that Dennis Day returns again next week, same time, same station, for the special Christmas Eve show, The Boy.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
presents The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Jerry Hausner, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Is late in coming to Mel Blanc's little town, and young lovers are taking advantage of the good weather by occupying lonely park benches. On a bench in one secluded spot of the park, Mary Jones is saying to her boyfriend,
Tom, here comes the policeman. You better take your arm down.
and in another secluded spot, Shirley Adams is saying to her boyfriend,
Bob, here comes a policeman. Better stop kissing me.
and in another dimly lit spot where Betty Colby is sitting with her boyfriend, Mel Blanc, Betty is saying,
Nell, here comes a policeman. Better stop feeding the squirrels.
Well, the evening progressed, time passed, and once again Betty spoke.
Oh, Mel, can't you be more romantic?
Oh, I'm sorry, Betty. May I hold your hand?
Of course.
May I put my arm around you?
Uh-huh.
May I kiss you?
But, Mel...
Oh. Pardon me, officer. Do you mind getting up so I can sit next to my girl? Thanks.
You can kiss me now, Mel. Well...
Officer, haven't you got any place to go? No, I don't have to check in till 9 o'clock. Come on, Betty. Let's walk back to the fix-it shop.
Oh, what a way to spend an evening. I should have listened to my father and gone out with Willie Murdoch tonight.
Oh, Betty, let's not argue now. You look so beautiful tonight.
Oh, thanks, darling.
Just like the cover girl on this month's Hardware Journal.
That's sweet.
Miss Pressure Cooker of 1947. Hey, look, Betty, I'm going to show your father who's better, Willie or me. Tomorrow night, I'm going to really take you out. I'll show you the best time you ever had.
That's wonderful, Mel.
First, I'll take you to dinner. You'll eat and eat and eat until you'll never be able to look at another Frankfurter.
So that's your idea of a good time, Mel Blanc. No wonder Father likes Willie better. In fact, Father may announce our engagement any day.
What? Oh, we can't do that. Betty, we'll elope.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh, no. No, that's terrible. I just remembered his new shotgun.
Oh, Mel, stop worrying. You know Father never shoots anything but blank.
That's what I'm worried about.
You are a coward. You just haven't any courage.
Well, you're right, Betty. I can't figure it out. I'm such a good actor, and when I act like a tough guy, I'm really tough. Why can't I be like that all the time?
Oh, you can't even act tough.
Oh, no? Listen to this. Okay, copper. This is it, see? I'm going to let you have it, see? You got a minute to live, see? Officer, why must you keep following us around like this?
I just want to be sure this young lady got you home all right. So long, O'Brien.
O'Brien. You see, Betty, he thought I was Pat.
No, Margaret.
Well, here's your fix-it shop, Mel. I'm going home now. What about the elopement?
Well, listen, Betty. We're eloping at 12 midnight, see? You'll be ready, and I'll bring the gat, see?
The gas?
Yeah, the stepladder. Well, so long, Betty, see?
So long, Mel. I'll be ready.
Okay, Betty, see? Look for me. I'll be waiting for you. Step up and... Oh, hello, Mr. Colby. How are you tonight?
Blank, you were out with my daughter Betty tonight, weren't you?
Oh, how did you know, Mr. Colby?
As soon as she came home, she went to the kitchen and made herself a sandwich.
Gosh, no wonder Betty told me to stop feeding those squirrels. I didn't know she was hungry.
Now listen, you nincompoop. I told you to stay away from my daughter. You don't seem to be getting the idea. Maybe you'll get it better if I mop up the floor with you.
Oh, you don't have to do that, Mr. Colby.
Oh, you mean you get the idea?
No, I mopped up the floor this morning.
Oh. Now, see here, Mel. Just stay away from the house, and that's all.
Yes, sir, Mr. Colby.
And don't try to call, either.
Yes, sir, Mr. Colby.
And don't send any letters.
Yes, sir, Mr. Colby.
And don't keep saying, yes, sir, Mr. Colby.
Yes, sir, Mr. Jones.
Oh, goodbye.
Oh, Blank, you have no courage. You're nothing but a jam fish. Jelly's too good for you. Why didn't you talk up to him? Why didn't you say, listen, Mr. Colby, I'm not afraid of you, see? I'm tougher than you are, see? And what am I talking about? He's liable to kill me. Gosh, I'm afraid to elope tonight. What am I going to do? I know. Ozuki!
What do you want, Mel?
Look, Zuki, I'm supposed to elope with Betty at midnight tonight. I want you to go over and tell her I won't be there. Now you take the stepladder and you put it up.
Gee, this is romantic. Just like Romeo and Juliet Hamlet. And now I'll put the ladder up against the house and I'll let you climb up. Gosh, it's dark. And now I'll open the window.
Nell, darling, you're here. Kiss me. Suki, it's you.
But thanks anyway.
Where's Mel?
Well, he said to tell you he
can't come.
That's it.
But why?
Betty, what's going on up there?
Oh, it's Father.
Zuki, is that you?
Yeah.
What are you doing up on that ladder?
Oh, I'm on that painting the house.
Get down here this minute. There. Zuki, did Mel Blanc send you here?
Well, yeah, he was supposed to elope with Betty, but he was afraid to come.
Ah, so that's it. You tell him if I ever see him around here again, I'll break every bone in his body.
Oh, okay, Mr. Colby. Gee, poor Mel. For 5 years he's been wanting to marry Betty. He'll never get married. He'll never get married. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
The ship of love becomes a wreck when a breath of trouble climbs on deck. Yes, that little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, is fatal to romance. That's why it's so important to use Colgate tooth powder regularly. You see, anyone can be the victim of unpleasing breath. So follow this rule. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and Old Buttermilk Sky.
Old Buttermilk Sky, I'm keeping my eye peeled on you. What's the good word tonight? Are you gonna be mellow tonight? Old Buttermilk Sky, can't you see my little donkey and me? We're as happy as a Christmas tree, heading for the one I love. I'm gonna pop her the question, that question. Do you, darling, do you do? It'll be easy, so easy, if I can only bank on you. Oh, Buttermilk Sky, I'm telling you why, now you know. Keep it in mind tonight, keep a brushing those clouds from sight. Oh, Buttermilk Sky,
don't you fail me when I'm needing you most.
Hang a moon above her hitching post, hitch me to the one I love. I'm gonna hitch me to the one I love, 'cause you're the one gal that I'm dreaming of. You can if you try. Don't tell me no I couldn't fit if you try. Will you be mellow and bright tonight? Buttermilk Sky.
Mel was too frightened to elope with his girl Betty last night, so he sent his assistant Zookie over in his place. Betty's father, Mr. Colby, caught Zookie, and now Mel really is in trouble. But the wonderful thing about Mel is that no matter how trouble piles up on him, he can always concentrate on his work in the fix-it shop. Right now, his clear-thinking brain and nimble fingers are meticulously probing at the inner workings of a Swiss timepiece.
Gosh, I wonder why I haven't heard from Betty. She must hate me.
Swiftly, with experienced fingers, he finds the root of the trouble.
If I only had enough courage, I'd go to Betty's father, and I'd...
Now he gently taps into place the delicate movement of this precision watch.
Now it's working fine. Let's see now. What else was I? Uh-oh. It's that lady killer, Willie Murdoch, the new manager of Mr. Colby's market.
Hi, Blank. I just came by to tell you that Mr. Colby says he's going to break every bone in your body if you come near the house.
Oh, yeah? Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Mel Blanc, you coward.
But
Father has me locked in the house, and if you don't come here at midnight tonight to get me out, I'll never talk to you again.
But Bet...
You better be there. Goodbye.
But Bet...
Who was that?
But Bet...
Oh, Betty. Well, I gotta go now, Blank. And remember, stay away from that house.
Listen, Murdoch, I'm not afraid of Colby, see? Tell him I'm getting tough, see? Tell him what I sound like, see? See? What do I sound like, see?
Like a Mexican saying yes. Oh, here comes Mr. Cushing, your lodge president. So long.
So long.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. Well, how are things at your house?
Wonderful, Mel, wonderful. Nothing like home life. I got the sweetest, most charming little woman in the world.
Mr. Cushing, I never heard you talk like that about your wife.
What wife? I just got a new maid. What a change it's brought, Mel. The three of us working together hand in hand.
Hand in hand?
Yes, my wife gave me the back of her hand, but she found my hand in the maid's hand. What a woman. Ha! Mel, I'd leave her in a minute if she didn't have all that money.
Well, you're not the first man to get into trouble on account of money, Mr. Cushing. Money is the root of all evil.
Yes, Mel, and my wife has such big, fat roots. All she does is accumulate money, buying bonds, clipping coupons, making deposits, burying money.
Well, what's the good of it? She can't take it with her.
I know. She's sending it on ahead. You know, Well, the only consolation I have is that when she does get there, her check won't be worth the asbestos it's written on. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I don't know what
You think you got troubles, Mr. Cushing? I want to get married to Betty, and Mr. Colby won't let me.
Best friends you ever had.
Oh, but I really want to get married. Besides, if I don't, my rival, Willie Murdoch, will marry her.
Willie will marry Betty?
Yeah.
Best friends you ever had. Mel, I'm going to give you my last word of advice. Take this from a man who knows. Before marriage, everything is wonderful. Strawberries and cream.
And after the marriage?
Hives.
Well, I don't care. I got a trunk full of calamine lotion. My trouble is getting up enough courage to elope with my girl tonight.
What's the matter, afraid?
Yeah. I can't figure myself out. When I act like a tough guy, I'm so tough. If I could only get that actor to become the real me, then I could go up there and elope.
Mel, I know just the man for you to see. Dr. Robert Reamer, a psychiatrist. He'll bring out the tough guy in you.
Well, how come he didn't do it for you?
My wife got to him first. Now, here's his card, Mel. I believe he charges $25 a visit. Well, so long, Brother Zebra.
Oh, so long, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo. $25. Ugga. So you see, Doc, Mr. Colby said if I ever came near the house again, he'd break every bone in my body.
Mr. Blank, from what you've told me, I can see that you are reacting neurotically to a normal situation. In other words, you lack the courage to go through with an elopement.
In other words, Doc, I'm too young to die.
Now I'm going to show you a series of ink blots. No doubt you've seen the picture, the dark mirror, in which Lou Ayres shows ink blots to Olivia de Havilland in order to determine her sanity, inasmuch as she plays the part of twins and is involved in the murder case.
Look, Doc, I came here to be examined, not to see a preview.
Now. Here is the first of the ink blots. What does this remind you of?
A leaky fountain pen.
No. Now, look at this blot.
That looks like a sardine stain on a breadcrumb surrounded by buttermilk.
Oh, excuse me. I'm showing you the piece of paper I had my lunch on. Well, we'll try word association. Now, I'll mention a word, and you say the first thing that comes into your head. Red.
Green.
Stop.
Go.
Apartment.
I'll take it.
We'd better attempt to delve into your childhood experiences. Lie back. Think. Go back. Back. How far back are you?
Oh,
fine.
Okay, Doc. Doc, snap out of it!
We went too far back. Mr. Blank, I know just what your trouble is. Frustration neurosis. However, you have to be at your elopement by 12 tonight, so we'd better go now.
Oh, but Dr. Reamer, I'm scared.
Don't you worry. I'll accompany you to the Colby house, and by the time we get there, you'll be dominated completely by the actor in you. Now, the first thing to do... Got it straight, Mr. Blank?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right.
Hey, Betty, come on down, say.
Mel, quiet. Father will hear you.
Who cares? Let's go, say. Betty, come on down this minute, say. Mel Blanc, I didn't think you'd have nerve enough, but this is the end. I've stood enough. I'm not talking anymore, and now I'm going to...
Quiet, John L. Lewis. Come on, Betty, let's go, say.
Mel Blanc, I'm going to break every bone.
Just a second, everybody. I'm Dr. Reamer. I can see you all need some personality adjustment. Quiet, Mr. Colby. Now, if you'll accompany me into the house, I think I can quickly straighten this thing out. I think our talk has been most beneficial.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
If you're looking for romance, be very sure that no little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, will come between you and your heart's desire. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, night and morning and before every date. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. As for cleaning, no dentifrice at any price will clean your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in the hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
The Mel Blanc Show is written by Mac Benoff. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen. With Fred's guests, the popular screen and radio comedian Jack Haley, Portland Hoffa, Falstaff Openshaw, the Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. Yours truly, Jimmy Wallington, is here to remind you that warmer days mean danger for your car if you're still driving with worn-out winter lubricant. See your Texaco dealer and let him protect your car against excessive warm weather wear with the right spring grade of insulated Haviland motor oil, Texaco gear lubricants, and thorough Marfax chassis lubrication. It's a Texaco spring tonic to put new life in your car. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday was April 1st. Now, it may seem a little late for jokes, but tonight we bring you radio's funniest and most hilarious comedian. April Fool, it's only Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Jimmy, April is finally here. With the rain and these new taxes, people are sure going to get soaked this month, don't you think?
Why, Fred, you should welcome the rain. The rain makes everything beautiful.
Jimmy, it has been raining on me for 40 years. I still look like a man from Woodlawn Cemetery out on a 2-hour pass.
Oh, well, Fred, don't be discouraged. You know the old saying, let a smile be your umbrella.
Jimmy, I have tried letting a smile be my umbrella, too.
And what happened?
I got a mouthful of rainwater. You know, there's been too much rain lately, James. I turned on my radio the other night.
Oh, was it raining?
Oh, it was pouring. I tuned in the Lux Theater. In 2 minutes, the room was full of bubbles and foam. Cecil B. DeMille was treading foam around the room there for quite a while. You know, it rained so hard down around City Hall, they say the little flower grew 2 inches this week. He has to take his hat off when he walks under a Pekingese now. He can't... Well, it shows that the...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland... Portland, I'm glad you have your wedgies on. You give the show a lift just when we can use it. What's on your mind?
How do you pronounce Domanevska?
Domanevska?
Yes. It's a town the Russian army captured today.
Well, why don't you wait until tomorrow? The Russians will be 20 miles past there. It may be someplace you can handle if you just lay over. Say, is that a letter you have there?
Yes, I'm mailing it for Mama.
Oh, really? Well, don't forget the postage rates went up last week.
Oh, it doesn't bother us. Mama has a system.
Oh, what system?
Mama puts a 2-cent stamp in the icebox.
Yeah?
When Washington turns blue, Mama uses it for a 3-cent stamp.
Well, that's a new thing, a postage stamp with goose pimples. What, make a steeplechase for your tongue when you lick it. Say, what, you know what a goose pimple is? It's a dimple that blew out. Where was that? Well, what else is... It doesn't make any difference with our program. You can open any script. I'll read a thing here. I'll show you. It doesn't make any difference. What else new happened, Portland?
My uncle fell in the army is sick again.
Sick? What's wrong now?
The doctor gave him some blood plasma, but he made a mistake. It was baking powder.
Oh, they gave Uncle Phil a transfusion of baking powder?
Yes, and he's all covered with lumps.
Lumps, huh?
Uncle Phil has biscuits in his bloodstream.
He's lucky he hasn't got cookies in his kidneys. Well, after that half-baked gag, Portland, I'm off to Alan's Alley.
Oh, what is your question tonight?
Well, this past week, as you know, the War Food Administration announced that this year's record egg production is demoralizing the egg market. The WFA is trying to adjust prices to help the wholesaler, retailer, and consumer. And so our question is, how has the egg surplus affected you?
Shall we go?
As the two customers in Duffy's Tavern might say, leave us leave. What a fat handle our mop has. Well, here we are. Here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. I wonder if Senator Bloat is in. Yes? Senator Bloat?
Yes, but you'll have to hurry. I've got to rush over to the White House. FDR has bronchitis.
Well, how do you think the president caught cold?
The White House is very drafty. Eleanor rushing in and out.
I see. Well, tell me, Senator, isn't there some way we can stop the egg surplus?
Yes, if my bill, the bloat bill, goes through, no more eggs will be laid.
Well, how can you stop hens from laying eggs?
Instead of corn, the hens will be fed old rubber plants.
Rubber plants, eh?
When the hen lays an egg,
yes,
the egg will bounce back into the hen. I thank you.
Well, if the senator's bill goes through, hens will think they're laying ping pong balls, I guess. Well, let's knock at this next door.
Well, what is it?
I give up. Mrs. Prawn, tell me, how do you feel about the egg surplus?
I was crazy about eggs when I was single. I had my own chickens.
And now that you're married?
My husband won't let me keep chickens.
Well, why not?
My husband says one old cluck around the house is enough.
It's my own fault I shouldn't have egged her on, I guess. But what's going on next door here? Lou? Oh, wait a minute. This is a new here. Who are you?
My body, you are looking on Digby Rappaport.
Digby Rappaport. What became of Mr. Nussbaum?
That's a military secret.
A military secret?
Nobody knows where Nussbaum is but Nussbaum and his draft board. Thank you.
I forgot to ask him about the eggs. Well, that brings us to the little toadstool-covered cottage at the end of the alley.
P501, Falstaff's here to join you, chum.
Well, Falstaff?
I cannot tarry tonight, old boy. I'm busy working on my new radio program.
Your radio You have a sponsor?
Indubitably. Falstaff Beer is sponsoring Falstaff Open Show.
Congratulations.
Thank you. My program starts tomorrow night. I shall be heard 3 times weekly.
Well, I guess you're too busy to give us a poem tonight.
Oh, contraire, old boy. Have you heard she said she was Ruth? That she came from Duluth? But it wasn't the truth? She was full of vermouth?
No, I don't think so.
Or, when Mother gave me her locket, she didn't think I'd hock it?
No.
Said the timid skunk to the little mink, confidentially, do you think I...
Do you think I what?
The skunk didn't say.
Now, wait a minute. Now that you have your own radio program, you're trying to ruin mine. Tonight we're discussing the egg shortage.
Precisely.
Why you are here, I know. What is your egg poem called?
There's simply no solution.
How does it go?
The WFA tried egg control. The WFA is ruining it. For today, eggs flood the market. The hens are overdoing it. These eggs must stop, bureaucrats cry, or there will be arrests. We'll subpoena every Plymouth Rock and padlock all the nests. But the nation's hens go blithely on and daily do their stuff. For hens are hens, and every hen must lay on like Macduff. For a hen has no alternative, and threats serve to provoke her. A hen can only lay an egg. If she coughed up the egg, it would choke her.
Falstaff, adding his over to the ovation, rushes into the arms of his new sponsor. Maestro Goodman puts down his jackknife and raises the baton he has just whittled to summon High-Low Jack and the Dame. Tonight the kids sing Louise.
Every little breeze seems to whisper Louise. Birds in the trees seem to twitter Louise. Each little rock tells me it knows I love you, love you. Every little beat that I feel in my heart seems to repeat what I felt at the start. Each little sigh tells me that I adore you, Louise. Just to see and hear you brings joy I never knew. But to be so near you thrills me through and through. Anyone can see why I wanted your kiss. It has to be, but the wonder is this. Can it be true someone like you could love me, Louise, Louise? It's a beautiful name that started a flame. My heart felt the same when you go to say what I want you to say. Say it's okay for a wedding in May. Since we met, I got a feeling down inside my heart is feeling at the very mention of your name. Anyone can see why I wanted your kiss. It has to be, but the wonder is this. Strange it may seem, can it be true? Is it a dream that someone like you could love me? Louise.
Jack in the Day. And now, Now a word from Jimmy Wallington.
Oh, not a word, Fred. A song.
Oh, Jimmy, not again tonight.
Why, yes, Fred. My new ballad is called A Love Song to Lizzie.
Love song? Something tells me that Lizzie is the family car.
Yes, and it's high time somebody showed Lizzie a little attention. With spring in the air, it's high time she was given her Texaco spring changeover. Thin, worn winter lubricants can't protect Lizzie against excessive warm weather wear. So, if you love Lizzie, see that she's taken around to a Texaco dealer for the correct grade of Texaco's insulated Haviland motor oil, the right Texaco gear lubricant, and complete Marfax chassis lubrication right now.
Well, Jimmy, what has all this got to do with your song?
Oh, that's the prologue, Fred. The song comes now.
Oh.
Mr. Goodman, please.
Lizzie, Lizzie, give me your answer, do. You must be dizzy after what you've been through. The last winter was a dinger. It put you through the ringer. But if you go to Texaco, you will soon feel as good as new. Lizzie, Lizzie, go round to Texaco. They'll get dizzy. You'll run like long ago. Oh, you will feel fit and sassy when they Marfax your chassis. And they'll put in new Haviland when you go round to Texaco. Like that. You and I sing two choruses and no squeals, nobody swoons. It's very quiet. I guess we just don't get the Bobby Sock audience, Jimmy. We get the shawl and high button shoe crowd. Hey, Portland, what do? Are you studying something? Is that a racing form you have there?
No, I'm trying to figure out these new taxes.
Oh, they'll take a little figuring, Portland. If we all start paying through the nose in a few months, everybody's going to look like Jimmy Durante.
The tax on cosmetics is doubled.
I know that.
Mama's cutting down 50%.
Well, how?
Mama's only making up one side of her face.
Oh, one side. Well, as long as it's the outside. From now, liquor taxes went up, too. Every man from now on who says, here's looking at you, will see Morgenthau's face in the glass. And I guess I better get busy.
Who's our guest tonight?
Well, we haven't any guests.
Why?
Well, it's a long story. I couldn't find a guest anyplace. Friday, I went over to the broadcasting building. Actors are always hanging around the hall. Sometimes you can pick up a talking bird or a guest jeep over there. And as I walked into the building, one of those sightseeing tours was just about to start. The guide was barking.
Step right up, folks. A complete tour of the radio studio. See a radio broadcast. See the announcers in their cages. See him writing jingles.
Well, I decided to take the tour, Portland. I paid my 40 cents, and the tour started. The guide said,
now all join hands and follow me. Don't speak to strangers in the hall and keep away from open doors. Somebody might pull you into a quiz show. Okay, we're off.
Well, this is going to be mighty interesting.
Now, on your right, this room is where the radio vice presidents are kept.
What do the vice presidents do, guide?
Nobody knows, lady. On ships, they call them barnacles. In radio, they cling to desks that are called vice presidents.
What's in this room, guide?
This is where they make up them radio jingles. I'll let you hear a jingle. Listen, I'll open the door.
Twinkles, vitamins you can get in any letter of the alphabet. Twinkles come from A to Z, also LSMFD. Twinkle, 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 twinkle.
Now, in this studio across the hall, there's a broadcast going on. Quiet, everybody. I'll let you listen.
Scalpel.
Scalpel.
Forceps.
Forceps.
Sponge.
Sponge.
Suture.
Suture.
Too bad.
Too bad.
Let's scram.
Let's scram.
What program was that?
Young Dr. Malone. Here's another program on the air. Quiet, please. I'm going to open the door.
I want my alimony. Give me my alimony.
What program was that?
John's other wife. Now, folks, over here we have the Dumont Television Studios. Television is the entertainment of tomorrow.
Say, guide, I just saw a friend of mine in that television waiting room. I've got to stop and talk to her.
Okay, I'll slow down the tour. You can catch up with it. Now, over here, folks.
Say, Jack.
Fred.
Jack Haley. Jack, I haven't seen you
The last time was Kansas City. We played that benefit together. Remember, Fred?
Right.
Remember Shapiro and his seal were on the bill.
Uh-huh.
I met Shapiro last week. His wife was wearing the seal.
Say, the great Limbo. The great Limbo, the contortionist, was on the bill. Remember, Limbo used to twist his body into all different letters, A, B, C. Whatever happened to Limbo?
Fred Limbo finally went too far. He made a nest of himself. Say, wasn't Flanagan and his midget on that bill?
That's right. The midget was drowned in a USO clubhouse. He was asleep in a chair, and a big wave came in.
Did you stop at that hotel, Fred, in Kansas City with a small room?
Oh, say, the walls in my room were so close together, Jack, the mice had to walk around on their hind legs. Say, how was your room?
Fred, the furniture in my room was so small the bureau didn't have drawers. It had shorts.
You know, the pillow on my bed was a tea bag, Jack. It was that small. But this is a lot of fun talking over old times, Jack. But what are you doing up here in this television studio?
I'm waiting to audition.
For television?
Why, television's the coming thing, Fred. After the war, the stage, the movies, the radio will be gone. It'll be nothing but television.
Well, Jack, you're a big success in radio with Joan Davis.
I know, and Joni's interested in it, too. Right. I'm not taking any chances, Fred. I'm looking ahead. I'm getting ready for television.
Well, say, perhaps I ought to look into that, too, Jack. Do you think I can get into television?
I don't think so, Fred.
I don't think so.
You see, in radio, you get a break. Nobody sees you.
You mean?
How will it look? People will turn on their television set and bang, there's your puss right in their living room.
Well, so what?
Why, you set interior decorating back 200 years.
You mean I'm just not the television type?
Fred, those bags under your eyes.
Yeah?
When your face shows up, people will think it's the front of a pawn shop with the third ball missing.
My bags are that bad, eh?
Your nose looks like a banana holding up two sad sacks.
Well, I'm not the only homely person in radio, Jack.
Fred, television will ruin half of the actors in radio.
Oh, brother, wait till people get a load of those kissers on Information, please. Fadiman always looks as though he smells a platitude and can't locate it. And Levant always looks as though he spent the night in a briefcase.
There's only one actor in radio who doesn't have to worry about television.
Who?
Jack Benny.
Jack Benny, huh? Well, that's right, too. Everybody, the name that I missed it for a minute, just occurred to me. Everybody will expect Benny to show up a cheap, old, broken-down ham with flat feet, no teeth, and no hair. When people see Benny in television,
yes?
Nobody is going to be disappointed, Jack.
That's your trouble, too, Fred. Unfortunately, you look like you sound.
Now, Jack, look. There must be some way I can get into television.
You can't teach an old dog new tricks, Fred. You'd have to learn a new technique.
But I've been acting in radio 12 years.
Nobody acts in radio. Fred, the sound man does the acting.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I'll show you. Sound man, will you step over here?
Yes, Mr. Haley.
Now, here's the love scene, and here's how one is played in radio. I'll be the lover, and you're my sweetheart.
Uh-huh.
I come in, I say, Gwendolyn.
Willoughby.
Gwendolyn, darling.
Willoughby.
Oh, my beloved, let me pat your cheek.
Oh, Willoughby.
Gwendolyn, my love, let me run my fingers through your hair.
Oh, Willoughby. Willoughby.
Gwendolyn, my own, may I kiss you?
Yes, Willoughby.
Ah, Gwendolyn, may I kiss you again?
Yes, Willoughby. Oh, Willoughby.
Gwendolyn, I will smother you with kisses. There, Fred, see what I mean? In radio, that is a passionate love scene.
Uh-huh.
We stand around like a couple of jerks while the sound man is kissing the back of his hand.
You mean in television the actors will have to act?
Yes. Now, the same scene will look like this. I come in, I say, Gwendolyn, darling, at last, Willoughby. Gwendolyn, my pigeon, let me pat your cheek.
Now, what?
Gwendolyn, my precious, let me run my fingers through your hair.
Oh, Willoughby. Willoughby.
Gwendolyn, may I kiss you?
Yes, Willoughby, kiss me. Now, wait a minute,
Fred,
Dave.
I'm only showing you.
What goes on here?
Fred, I'm only showing you what a love scene will be like in television.
Well, look, if that's television, the mayor will never let it into New York.
In television, actors will have to do their own lovemaking. No sound man will be standing around with wet knuckles.
Now, look, Jack, romance is not for me. I'm a comedian. For television, what do I need? A couple of new jokes.
No, Fred. In television, everything is sight. You have to use jokes so old, they don't even get laughs in radio.
There are jokes that old?
There must be. Let me see. Do you know that old gag?
Which one?
I say, hello, Fred, I'm going to Chicago.
Are you going by Buffalo?
No, I'm going by train.
Well, you see, now, radio... This is a television audience. Audiences won't laugh at that. It's too old, Jack.
But here's how it'll be done at television. Let's do the same joke again. Hello, Fred. I'm going to Chicago.
Are you going by Buffalo?
No, I think I'll go by train. See, for television, you just tell an old joke and put on a funny hat.
But you can't keep putting on the same hat after every gag.
No, I'll show you how it works. Let's try another joke. Hello, Fred. Do you file your fingernails?
No, I cut them off and throw them away, Jack.
Oh, you do? Yeah, well, there you see that. See, Fred? A joke like that, and then you just put on a false
Oh,
face.
Jack, look, you go into television. I'll stick to radio.
Fred, you're not mad, are you?
No, I'm not mad, Jack. You go your way, and I'll go mine.
We'll still be pals?
Yes, Jack.
Well, I hope so. I don't want anything to disturb our friendship, because many years ago we met in Boston. In those good old days, we didn't have a bean.
And when you didn't have a bean in Boston... Brother, you just didn't have anything to put under your ketchup. We'll always be good friends, we made a vow. We meant it, that's why we're together now. Pals, we'll always be pals. What you do is okay with me. Pals, just regular pals. What you do suits me to a T. You can have all my money, my silver and gold. I'll give you my jokes, the ones that I've told. Good friends, we'll be till we're old, because we're pals, pals, pals. You know, Fred, we really have been pals for a long while. That's right, Jack. You know, to be good friends like we are in this hectic show business, I think it's quite an accomplishment. Yes, I guess it is. And I'd like to take this opportunity to state publicly just how I feel about you as a very good friend. Well, I appreciate your sentiments, Jack. Fred, there's nothing I wouldn't do for you. I know that. I mean, I don't want you to feel that I'm over-emotional, but... No, I know how you feel. It's just... do you like this tie? Yes, it's a beautiful tie, Jack. You may have it. No, please, Jack, don't give me a tie. I don't want you. Oh, my friend. Oh, well, there is a friend. The tie from his own neck. Look at that, a friend. There's nothing I wouldn't give you, Fred. Oh, I know that, Jack. Do you need any money? No, Jack, I don't need any money. How about some blood? No. You look awfully white. Well, I know, but I'll get by some way. Won't you take some blood? No, please, Jack. I don't know. I don't care for any blood. Anybody out there got a razor blade? Now, wait, Jack. Jack, don't open a vein just for me now, please. I know how... Just one or two corpuscles? No, please, Jack. No, I know. I have your tie. That's enough. And believe me, I feel the same way about you. You are my friend. There's nothing that I have that I wouldn't... I'd give you the shirt off my back, Jack. I know you would, Fred. Now, you're laughing. Oh, no. No, you don't think I'd give you the shirt off my back. Oh, now, wait. When I say I'll give you the shirt off... Oh, no, Fred. I'm not kidding. I'm not doing it. You're taking your shirt off. Oh, you can't do that. There's the shirt off my back. You can't
that wonderful? He gave me the shirt off the back. Least you could have done is have it laundered. Well, I'm not going to stand here and see you give me the shirt off your back without my reciprocating.
Jack, I don't want the shirt. I don't want anything from it. I have the necktie, Jack. Oh, Jack. Jack, that's all I can do. Look, you've given me the shirt. There's only one thing I can do, Jack. There's only one thing I can give you. There's only one thing I can give you now, Jack. I'm going to... Close it, Fred. Good friend, we'll be till the end because we're pals, pals, Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Jack Haley for coming over for the SEAL Test program to help us kill a half hour tonight. Next week, our guest will be the popular man about Monaco, Reginald Gardner. And now, this is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and reminding you that gasoline powers the attack. Don't waste a drop. Thank you and good night. Thank you. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.